Hello, guys and gals, and welcome.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm literally just trying to have a good day. Today we're gonna finish up my Phoenix Strike Assassin. If you guys want to join me, I am in Hell difficulty now, so I'm level 77. I'm in Hell difficulty. I believe I'm in Act 3 Hell, so this is gonna be, I'm sure, really fun. GGM noobs, we are walking. Let me preface this by saying we're walking. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. You guys come in here and you all want to help out and you want to be like, here's a portal, here's a waypoint, here, I'm going to help you glitch this boss. I don't want any of that, okay? I just want to walk. You can walk with me. How about that? You don't have to send me portals. You can just walk with me. We can just walk together. Together, together, we will walk together only a day. Together. I'm really leaning toward Claw Shield. We'll see. I don't really have the points to beef up the weapon block, which I feel like is a pretty big detriment to the whole weapon block thing. And once I get everything set up with all my plus to skills, specifically for Martial, because I'm gonna trade out some of these Shadow Discipline skillers. I got 3 Shadow Discipline skillers right now. A couple things here or there are gonna change around, and I'm definitely gonna be more along the lines of martial arts. It's not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna have enough plus to skills to really make it worthwhile, especially when I can get 75% block on the other end of the spectrum. With this sexy amulet that I got too. I mean, I think the amulet is the real reason I just want to go with a shield, just because I got this freaking sexy thing. So we're not worthy. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Not worthy. I mean, come on. 9% block with 21 strength and 60 mana and 14 all res. Come on now. I'll be fine. The magical blocking on the weapon block is disappointing to me because you have to be standing still, and I just don't see myself as a standstill character ever. Like, if it was walking, that would be one thing. Like, if it was walking, I could do that. But, I'm a melee character. I don't do the standing still thing. I mean, the only time it's going to be active is when I'm literally planted. That's it. I got to be planted. If I'm not planted, then it's not active. The shield's going to be active all the time, even if I'm running. It'll just be slightly diminished. Yeah, see, Whirlwind works with it because Whirlwind is essentially standing still. That's how the game calculates Whirlwind, is that you're standing still. I have no intention of using Whirlwind, so doesn't really work out for me. Alright, there we go. Send out some messages to everybody in case anybody wants to show up. I don't really like how Dragon Talon and Dragon Claw dump the orbs. Like, they're too fast. They dump the orbs too fast. It's just a waste. You spend all that time building up the orbs, and then they're all gone on like one monster, and it's overkill. I don't really like it. I don't like it. Also, Dragon Claw wouldn't work because I'm not using 2 claws, and Dragon Talon knocks back targets, and I can't stand that. I mean, if I was going to go with anything besides Dragonflight, it would be Dragon Tail, because Dragon Tail actually has like an explosive, like, and it's a single hit. I don't really know. What's up, Silent Knights? How's it going, sir? I see your little Chinchilla next to your name. Don't think I didn't notice. I mean, honestly, I guess oh yeah, I got my potion. That's right. My potion. Yeah, the orbs will only burn 1 on each hit as opposed to the entire stack on each hit. However, the problem is that some of the finishers are multi-hit finishers. Dragon Claw is a double attack, which attacks with both claws. So it's 1 set of charges, 2 set of charges. Some of the kicks are literally multiple kicks. Like, for instance, Dragon Talon is 3 kicks, which means it burns every single stack of orbs immediately. It's just 1, 2, 3. All your orbs are gone. Like, the only one that doesn't burn, the only 2 that don't burn all of your orbs in one particular, click is Dragon Tail and Dragon Flight. So if you want to actually use the new mechanic, which is basically where you can micromanage your orbs on targets, so you're not just simply like unloading everything you've got on one target and annihilating them and then having nothing left for the next target that comes around. You can be a little bit more practical with it. So busy, he says. I saw that first message, Apple Jelly. It's the first time I've seen you in here, man. Good to see new faces. Always good to see new faces. Although it's even better to see little Chinchilla emotes next to your name, because that means you're a member of the channel. I like my YouTube just literally froze up. Ah, yes, I spam emotes. Spam emotes. Yeah. I got negative 23 poison resistance. Yuck. Let's see how I do out here by myself. I'm actually kind of curious. I also need to figure out a way to get, like, another skill on this bar somehow. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. C is off limits because C is my character panel, and I just can't. I can't take C off my character panel, which is just... It's not going to happen. Q is my quest panel. E is the force move. Maybe I could do E. I don't know. S is skills. Why is A opening up my character panel as well? I could maybe use A. I don't want A to be my character panel. I want C to be my character panel. Yeah, let's take that away. You don't get that. You don't get the A key, sir. You get C key. Alright, and then let's take... Alright, Z, X, A. Kicking butt and taking names. Yeah, anybody can join. Game name is GGM Noobs. The Noobs 1. And then the password is 16. I'm just walking through Act 3. That's the only rule I'm really going to ask you guys to follow is just I'm walking, all right? I'm walking. Walk with me. It's not that hard. It actually is that hard. There's been so many times where I've been like, "Hey, do you guys want to walk?" And then like 2 seconds later, they're in like River of Flame, like killing Diablo while we're still in Plains of Despair trying to kill Iswal. The goal of walking is to get an actual real understanding of how your character works, what skills you need to use, like feel out how things, behave inside of real combat. As you're leveling up, you will sort of get an understanding of how your character actually performs. What skills you would prefer to use, what skills you would prefer not to use. Like it's a living, breathing process. Like you do this process, and you will understand how to play your character better. You'll min-max the character better. You'll understand, what abilities you want to use and what abilities you don't. If you just G-rush your character to level 90 and then gear them up and put the points in, you won't have any clue what the hell you're actually doing. You're just following like a cookbook recipe. What's up, John Cagle? That the John Cagle Jr. Jr. Cagle. Honestly, walking isn't even slow. Like, I had this whole argument with this guy one time, and we were talking about G-rushing characters, and he was basically just making his characters absolutely useless, okay? Like, to the point where he literally wouldn't even gear out his character or do anything with his character until his character hit level 90. He wouldn't even go get the normal difficulty, like, skill point quests done. He wouldn't even go get the normal difficulty resistance scroll. Like, he literally left his character like a naked sponge until level 90 and just mooched off of everyone. And I asked him one time, I said, how long does it take you to get your character to level 90 and basically get your character decked out to the point where you actually play them? And he said about 3 days. That's about how long it took him to get his character to G-rush his character up, to get his character leveled up to, level 90, and then deck his character out. It took 3 days. And I laughed at him, okay? And I know it was kind of insulting. And it was meant to be insulting because literally in my new character days, which I do all the time, how long does it normally take me to get a character leveled up to the point where they're viable, usable characters, right? They've maybe not exactly level 90. Sometimes it's level 93. Sometimes it's level 88. Sometimes it's level 89. Whatever it may be. 3 days. That's how long it takes me. Walking the game and actually enjoying it, it takes me 3 days, right? So, which experience do you think is better? Spending 3 days on a character that's absolutely useless, can't fight back, because you've literally chosen to make it so that they can't do anything, or spend 3 days on a character actually leveling them up and having fun with your friends. And the worst part is he was in our kinship, and I had new character days like all the time. Like, he could have joined in on any of our new character days, and he would have literally just been carried. Because, like, if you have ever joined one of our new character days, we don't like care whether you can actually pull your weight or not. Like, all you have to do is literally walk with us and like be at the computer clicking the mouse to make sure your character is actually with the group, and maybe not die, and literally you will get to level 90 with us on the new character days. And so my argument here was literally this. I mean, like, he's like, well, I have all these characters to level 93. Do you? And I'm like, but did you actually play them though? I'm like, did you actually have any fun playing them? Did you actually like do anything? Like, all you're doing is collecting them like characters, like baseball cards. Collecting them like baseball cards. That's such an apt example. Oh, what's up, Chunks? Throw you up a portal. Does anybody have in chat or whatever, you know, if you're listening or you're in the group, you know, I need to upgrade my boots for the kick damage on my item. So like I'm gonna be using these boots for a while. So I need to upgrade the Natalia Soul, and I don't have a Lem and a Co sitting around. I do, however, have an rune, which I would be more than willing to trade you for a Lem and a Co, which I feel like is a pretty good trade. If anybody has a Lem and a Co, I'll trade you an rune for it. I probably also need the diamond, too, because I think I used up all my diamonds. But I'll give you like an amethyst or something for the diamond. I got a whole bunch of amethysts. Oh, there's a Co. Look at that. Sexy. Alright. I got Vexes, Gulls, Fowls. I never find Lems. Like, I'll find a Zod rune before I find a freaking Lem rune, I tell you what. I'm actually holding on to my flawless emeralds in the hope that I'll actually go and like and utilize them. Oh, you got foul runes? I like foul runes. Oh, we're gonna up transmute? I need the thing to up transmute it with though, which I never have handy. Let's see here. What's the foul rune? Foul is flawed sapphire. Definitely do not have a flawed sapphire. Oh, it's a ruby? I'm probably looking at the... No, fouls go to Co. Fouls go to... Oh, yeah, okay. It's 3 Co's and a flawed sapphire to get to the foul rune, but it's... I should have clicked on the Lem rune. I got another foul rune in here. Alright, and then a Co rune. Give me just a minute here. And a ruby. Alright, get some extra kick damage on these boots. You know, it's weird they still haven't fixed the bug that set items don't show the kick damage. I've always found that to be a little weird. It's definitely something that they could have addressed, you know, when they fixed all that stuff that they fixed, you know, recently. Alright, that upgrades my kick damage actually quite substantially, so I should have a pretty nice kick now that I didn't have before. Punk? Let's check over here. Frickin' jungle. I swear, the Welcome to the Jungle should just play every single time you're here. Welcome to the jungle. We got big mosquitoes. Gonna sap away your blood and kill and steal your Doritos. In the jungle. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I like that. I could expand on that. Welcome to the jungle. We got big mosquitoes. Gonna suck away your blood and steal all of your Doritos. In the jungle. Yeah. Like, joke's on you. I don't have any Doritos. Is this hell difficulty? It didn't feel like hell. Oh, I'm not on Phoenix Strike. Why am I not on? Get on Phoenix Strike.
Pew 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 pew. Choo choo choo.
Welcome to the Flare Jungle. We got Stygian dolls blow up in your face and give you lots of crawls. Ooh, a gem shrine. Oh no! Who clicked on the gem shrine? I had a flawless too. You literally just put a video out on gem shrines too. Just put one out. I had one in my cube. I was pulling it out because if you, I don't know if you guys know this, but the if the gem is in your cube, it doesn't count. It will not pull gems from your cube for the shrine. I think this is the waypoint. It looks like the waypoint, but I don't... Weird. This totally looks like the waypoint zone. I won't disagree with you, AB, but what I will do is say I don't have enough room to hold them. Like, it's either hold the chips or hold the perfects, and I just don't have the room to do both. Hey, I already got the spider eye. We don't really need to go in here. Stupid mutant spider, fire spiders. Munifier. Your mom's munifier. Ow. I do just fine. I mean, my character's like nowhere near mad, decked out like properly. You know, like she's nowhere near like her ultimate form. Like, you know, as if I'm Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. This is not even my final form. I seem to do pretty good for not even my final form. Ah, let me out! Amplify damage hurts! Whew, man, that poison is just killacious. Killacious poison. Hey, look, a co-rune to replace the co-rune that you gave me. Take the co-rune and put it in the bank. It's almost as if they knew. Deep down inside, they were aware of our predicament. Impossible. I already have an eyeball. Oh my god, please cure my poison. It's blow. I don't want to die. Literally, I was just over there melting away into nothingness. Literally melting. Like not even joking, just literally melting. Great Marsh waypoint? What? Multiple orbs. Pew, pew. So I may have explained it poorly earlier why you specifically want to not dump all your orbs on a specific target, and let me elaborate. All right, so the way that it works now is that there are essentially 3 charges, right? For Fist of Fire, Claws of Thunder, and Blades of Ice, essentially the higher charge is kind of like your better one because it combines all the previous charges. And essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to maintain the charge that you want, especially with Phoenix Strike. Like if you're trying to specifically use Blades of Ice, the Ice effect, or you're trying to specifically use the Lightning effect, or you're trying to specifically use the Fire effect. You don't want it to dump all of the charges, because if it does, then you can't continuously use that stat charge that you're trying to use. So, like, for instance, if I'm trying to use the lightning effect, like maybe I come across a monster that's immune to cold, immune to fire, and I have to use lightning to kill him, right? So I'm going to attack twice. I'm going to attack once to discharge. Then I'm going to attack once to recharge up to charge 2, right? If it discharges all of my charges instead of just simply 1, what happens is now I have to hit 2 times to charge back up to lightning, and I have to discharge, and then now I have to attack 2 times to get back up to lightning and discharge. So if I have it set up properly where I can discharge only the charge that I want, I'm in a better situation where I can spam the specific charge of Phoenix Strike that I'm trying to spam. Otherwise, it's just dumping everything I have on a target, which isn't necessarily what I want, especially when you're dealing with a monster that's immune to cold. Like, so the immune to cold one, I'm not going to use the last charge. I'm going to use the lightning charge instead. So I'm going to be hitting twice, building up to the lightning charge, and then using the lightning charge, and then hitting once to get back up to the lightning charge. So I'm just going to do that over and over again, and I'm going to utilize the lightning charge as many times as possible. It's a little bit difficult to see your charges, though. I really wish they would make some sort of a system, maybe down here on the hotbar, or something that kind of like illuminates how many charges I currently have floating around me. Because when I'm in the middle of a whole bunch of monsters, it's very difficult to see my charges.
One of the things I really enjoy about Path of Exile, whenever they have skills like that, they almost always have a way for you to isolate specifically the one you want, whether it be lightning, fire, or cold. So you only do that specific one.
Exactly.
The skill works the exact same, just there's only one specific element type that you use.
I mean, this is just it could be so easy to incorporate it, though. All they would have to do is just take the health bar or the mana bar, preferably the mana bar, because it's not your health, it's a resource, and resources should all be kind of in the same area, so that you can look at a glance and see what your current resource system is. But they could just put little pips above the orb, like around the orb, little pips that would indicate your charge status, charge 1, 2, 3. And then they could have the charges have colors, and then if you have multiple charges, you would have multiple colors. So like it would essentially show you that you have 1 charge, 2 charge, or 3 charge, and it would show you what the colors are, which is the way that you can obviously tell which one is which on this, because the lightning is the white color, the fire is red, the cold is blue. The Phoenix Strike, unfortunately, is blue as well, which is a little odd.
See, I think for things like Vengeance and Phoenix Strike and things like that that use multiple sources of elemental damage, I think they could add just like an extra like little offset to where you could choose whether you wanted like which one you could highlight, literally which one you wanted, whether you wanted like only fire highlighted or only lightning highlighted or only cold highlighted, or you could highlight all three if you wanted all three damage types or only two.
I call that the looking for something better like mentality. I think everybody at some point or another went through this, which is where they basically like played Diablo until it was, you know, like you're blue in the face or whatever you want to call it, and then one day they'd like, okay, well, I've had enough Diablo. Let's see if I can find the next Diablo, like the next best thing, you know, so to speak. Like, let's find the next one. Like, there's got to be another game out there that's as good as Diablo, even if it's not like, you know, better than Diablo. It's got to be like a new game that I can consume and have fun with. And the moral of the story is there's not. Let me save you all a lot of trouble of searching, because I've done the searching and I've played like every game out there that has any kind of ARPG status on PlayStation, on Xbox, on Nintendo Switch, on PC. Adventures of Van Helsing, freaking like all sorts of crazy games, Dungeon Siege 1, 2, and 3. Like any game that could even remotely be considered a game. Like if in the title somewhere at the bottom it said, and we have the Diablo 2 lead producer on board with us, like I would give it a try in the hopes that it would potentially be like a Diablo-esque style game that I would enjoy. And while some of them have come close, nothing has really eclipsed Diablo for me, ever. And I think that those of you who are searching, just do yourself a favor and just stop searching. Like, it's not worth it. There are some games out there that I will definitely say are fun to play, but if you view them all from the lens of, is this better than Diablo 2? They're all going to be failures, every single one of them. And that's unfair to them, because some of them are very good games. They're just not Diablo 2. What was that one game that was really like Diablo 2? I think I remember played Divinity? Didn't Divinity have an action RPG version? There's a lot of Divinity games.
Divinity is epic.
So I can't remember which Divinity it is, because there's Divinity games that are first person. There's Divinity games that are like tabletop. There's Divinity games that are like
It was,
I want to say like Civilization almost. Like it's like there's like so many different divinities, but there was one divinity I remember it had a very similar like Diablo 2-esque style action RPG system.
Well, Divinity 2 is a turn-based game, so I don't know if there's a Divinity that's not turn-based, but it was pretty good. And you could be also like you could do some D&D with Divinity, basically.
Well, the funny thing is this game was based around the whole turn-based strategy. Like around the same exact time that Baldur's Gate came out, this game came out, and they both kind of had the same idea. They just went in different directions. And in this game's defense, if you automate Baldur's Gate, like if you set up all the AIs and you get your characters set up correctly, it does actually play a lot like an action RPG. But you can also play Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights and whatnot like that as a turn-based as well. So you can literally go either or mix and match. Like the ability to pause the game at any point definitely takes the action out of things. But you don't necessarily have to pause the game. And I think that's the interesting part. You can choose to play Baldur's Gate however you damn well please. And die a lot in the process. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance also very much so an action RPG in the same vein as Diablo. But not really any longevity to it. There's no longevity. I think the main issue with a lot of Diablo-esque style games is not necessarily that they're bad games, is that they don't have the longevity that Diablo 2 has. Diablo 2 has insane longevity. Like you probably have very rarely ever come across a game that literally has lasted 22 years and is still going strong.
Yeah, Diablo 2 is very long.
It has not been fundamentally, massively changed.
I can't think of any game off the top of my head that's been going for 22 years that hasn't like. Well, actually, you know what? There's one. What's that one? That's it's the really old online RPG. It's got like.
RuneScape.
It's like super old. I think it came out at the same time that Final Fantasy VII came out, or it might have actually been even before that.
It's like EverQuest.
Really bad graphics. Like, kind of reminds me of King's Quest graphics. I mean, they probably have upgraded the graphics since then. Who knows? I haven't actually taken a look at it.
RuneScape?
It might have been RuneScape. The only key thing that I can remember, because I was over at my friend's house at that particular time, and I remember he died and he lost a ton of EXP while he was offline. Somebody killed him while he was offline, and he logged into a death screen, and the death screen literally said like you have died, like you were killed while you were away. You have lost such and such EXP. You have down leveled. He actually down leveled, like I think it was 2 levels or something. He was really pissed. I remember that. I think I was like 12 or 13.
Don't like those kind of games where you're offline and you get killed. It's like real time.
But a lot of those games actually have been going for a really long time.
Yeah.
World of Tanks has been going for a really long time, but not 22 years. And World of Tanks has also had fundamental changes, like all throughout those 22 years. Like if you compared like the original World of Tanks to like even just 5 years later, it's like it's a massive change. Storm Chaser. I use that on my wind hand druid. He would spam the winds of the gods at you. It was just another way for me to proc tornadoes. That's really all it was. I already had like one way to proc tornadoes. It was just a second way for me to proc tornadoes. Alright, Chad. Do you need the Act 3 quest, though, Chad? Because we just need to know whether we need to wait for you in case a crash happens, like, at a crucial juncture. I mean, I guess if you get all the parts with us, you should be alright. Everything's immune to fire here. Let me switch over to ice. Oh, it's got to be a little ghosty stealing all my mana. Oh, a small charm and a grand charm. Sexy. Come here, champion. What's up, buddy? I always hated how in Act 3 they made the spitters 1 immunity, and they made the melees another immunity, so it's very difficult to kill packs of the like the stupid little flayers if you're like a 1 element kind of a character. It does get a little taxing. See, when people try to compare Diablo 2's like sales, like original Diablo 2 sales, I feel like it's a misnomer. Because Diablo 2 was not available on consoles. It was a PC game, so it had a very restricted audience. Especially when they compared it against something like Diablo 3, which was released on every single console, as well as PC. And I'm pretty sure, I think now there's even like weird versions of Diablo 3 floating out there. Like the reach that a game has when it's released on all consoles plus PC is going to be completely different than the reach it has on PC only. And then on top of that, Diablo 2 Resurrected, which could be more reliably compared to just two other things, had a pretty terrible console launch. I don't understand why they decided to take away the lobbies, but now that the lobbies are back, it's actually a lot better. They also took away the chat. Yeah, Diablo 1 was on PS1. Diablo 2 was not on any consoles. That copy of Diablo 1, by the way, if any of you guys have that, if you guys have the original Diablo 1 PS1 game, that thing's worth like, I think, 150 bucks. I can't remember. It's been a little while since I checked, but if you look online, I'm sure you can find somebody selling it. It's actually pretty rare. I heard a lot of people actually love to play that one too, because it was, I think, wasn't it couch co-op? You could play with your buddy just sitting on the couch. Ugh. I don't know, being able to play Diablo 1 on your PlayStation 1 sounds kind of fun. I think my nephew bought it. These days, though, people just emulate. I mean... Rust handle. And there's the brain, buzz. The brain.
I can't carry anymore.
The brain, boss. The brain. It's really quite sad that couch co-op has gone the way of the dinosaur, and I really wish couch co-op would come back. I think that's one of the best things consoles ever had over PC was couch co-op, because you really don't get a lot of couch co-op with PCs. I mean, there are ways that you can like set up multiple controllers on a PC, but it's a pretty pain in the butt, and you know, usually you don't have your PC hooked up to the TV. Sometimes I do, but my computer right now is not hooked up to a TV. Yeah, there's tons of items in normal that grants freezes target. Christopher Leslie, Axe of Fekmar, or whatever the hell it is. That one's actually a pretty good one. Very low level, and it offers freezes target. I actually just did a video on that one the other day. Axe of Fetchmob. It's actually the only thing that thing actually gives that's of any real value. But the freezes target is actually pretty sweet for a lower level character. Especially if you're like a whirlwind barbarian, you can really get good use out of it for a while. Especially if you tie it along with Ice Blink. Ice Blink is also another one that's pretty good. Here, let me shoot you some links here. There's the Axe of Fekmom. And then you could also tie that together with Ice Blink, which is also really nice. Back in the day, Whirlwind Barbarians used to go with a full freezes target setup. Whirlwind Barbarians loved freezes target. I actually talk about that in the Ice Blink video. Alright, let's see. Flare Jungle.
My TP is outside. Yeah, there you go.
I figured
Real close to
it out. I smarts. It's brains.
Are you smart, or did you see my message in chat?
What message in chat? No, yeah, I didn't see your message in chat. Nope. Alright, let me see if I can nuke him real quick. Let's try this. Alright, nuke commencing. Oh, he's immune to like everything! Okay, I'll just shoot meteors on your head then. The meteor one is like really easy to do.
Nuke like reminder, like beep, beep, beep. You gotta give him like 3-second warning.
3 second. No, you might run. No, I don't want that. What's up, Trustworthy? It's already hard enough to get him to get hit by the meteor.
Oh, waypoint over here.
Meteor is totally spammable, by the way. It's just not, like, usually worth spamming. So whenever you do come across a monster that's usually immune to, like, everything, you can just spam Meteor over and over again. It's pretty hilarious. Problem is that they usually end up dying before the Meteor even lands. I guess it'd be good for, like, bosses and stuff. Oh, you guys are immune to fire. Never mind that. You know what? You know what? Have that, and have a little bit of this. Oh, you like cold? Okay, here, I got some of that for you. Chieftain battle axe.
Freaking gorilla is scared as shit. He won't stand still. He's too scared.
Nah, lots of stuff in here just runs away. I think it's an AI thing for this particular zone. Because, like, I've noticed that when you fight a lot of these monsters outside of this zone, they don't have the same sort of, like, finicky runaway-based AI.
You know how am I crazier, like, after you crush the orb in this act, the zealots, like, run away from you?
I mean, we haven't crushed the orb yet.
Well, I have. My character has. So I wonder if, like, they're scared of me, but not you guys.
It could be. These guys hurt over here. Ow. Freaking amp damage. Fucker. I don't got my 30% DR from Nats yet. One more level. Working on it. I'm working on... Ooh, a superior legend sword. 3 socket, 13% enhanced. That's actually not bad. Isn't the legend sword the fast two-handed sword? I can't remember.
Either legend or Balrog is pretty fast, if I recall.
I mean, 13% enhanced with 3 sockets could be a very nice.
I think Balrog is like one of the top death swords.
+2 meteor, +1 firewall. Let's take a look real quick.
So death doesn't give the indestructible mod, does it?
Death does, yeah.
Maybe it does. Oh, it does. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then I think it is Balrog. But it may be the damage choice. I don't know if it actually is the speed choice.
Oh my god, this website has so many ads. Like, there's more ads than one could rightfully ever shake a stick at. Legend Sword is -15, and it is the fastest out of all of them. That actually would make a really good, like, Crescent Moon or something like that. I'll hold on to it. 3-socket Crescent Moon, maybe? Or a Plague Blade? A 2-handed Plague Blade for a Barbarian? I mean, didn't we have... he's not with us today, but we had a freaking Barbarian with us who was using swords, right?
Yeah, I think that was Beats, I want to say.
Yeah,
It's
that
the
would
Frenzy guy.
that would be actually a good base for
Yeah.
something like if he wants to make a crescent moon or a plague. Comes pre-socketed. Into the sewers we must go.
Yeah, I think it is. Like, the Zealots are, like, running away from me. They definitely don't do that before you crush the orb. That's interesting. So it's like per character. It depends on whether you got the quest or not.
Ooh, ow, ow, ooh, ow.
It's just based on, oh, where'd you die?
Dang. What does he got on him? I want to see his stats. Where did he go? He had freaking might, and he hit like a Mack truck. I mean, I didn't like die immediately or anything, but
Probably extra strong if you don't have your damage reduction yet.
do you,
So you probably
I'm
does
pretty.
it on fizz.
I'm pretty sure it was physical. But he hit, man, he hit hard. Freaking
Yeah,
bastard.
if you had might and extra strong, that's nasty combo.
Let me through. Let me go get my merc back. I mean, I did teleport right into the middle of them too, which, you know, probably was not a good thing to do. Admittedly. It's one of the things that I'm gonna have to deal with, which was kind of why I wanted to go with the shield in the first place. Was just simply because I'm gonna be teleporting into the middle of a bunch of monsters a lot, and like getting into trouble a lot. So being a little tanky,
Oh, dang.
I think is definitely helpful.
Yep, especially with dolls. That's what got me. Like 4 of them died all around me. Pop. That was it.
That's where block chance really helps a lot too.
Yeah.
You can block their explosion. My paladin rarely ever dies as long as I'm not running away. I actually toggle walk on purpose.
Yeah, with the two-handed maul, my block chance is like negative.
Well, with you, yeah, you're kind of screwed. Because I don't think defense works against it.
No. It's just right at the base.
Actually, barbarians usually deal with it by just having, like, massive amounts of HP. So that you're just like...
Yeah.
So, like, it hits you and you're just like, oh, that tickles.
Yeah.
Just don't...
500 wasn't enough because 4 of them popped.
Yeah, you just don't kill them all at once. That's the key. You don't kill all of them.
Well, it wasn't me that killed him. Like, I think the Boazon killed him, and I was in the midst of him.
Dude, one time I was literally running, like doing a zone, and I had a Javazon with me, and I was taking it slow because I knew they were there, and a pack ran up to me, and so I was doing my normal thing where I just
the whole screen.
yeah, well I'm just trying to kill one at a time because that's if you take it slowly, usually you never die. He just runs up, throws one javelin, and like all 6 of them pop at the same time and instantly shatter and kill me, and I'm just like.
There's no way to spell
And I'm just like, sir, please stop helping. Please cease helping. Cease all help immediately. I don't need that kind of help. This same person also got me killed on Neelathak. Like, we were doing Neelathak, and I was literally like trying to tell him in advance. I'm like, hey, don't go in there, don't kill everything. I'll like just target Neelathak himself first. We'll kill him, and then we'll kill everything else. And first thing he does, I run in there. First thing he does is just throws the javelin in and kills everything. And then Neelathak is just like pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, he targeted Neelathak first, just with the wrong skill.
He's like, well, I don't die. I'm like, you know what? You're right. You don't die because you're over there.
Right.
It's like, so stop killing me.
I wasn't warning you for the sake of you. I was warning you for the sake of me.
That's right, for the sake of me.
Gotta love that.
My block chance isn't quite up there yet. I'm
Or
only
you
at...
just tell him was like, no, you okay? Then just follow me right into the midst of the fight. We'll see. We'll see if you live.
Knockback, expand radius of finishing move. Knockback does stack with some abilities. I don't remember if it stacks with the finishers. I know it does not stack with Smite. Smite has knockback, and it doesn't stack with other knockback effects. I can't confirm whether other knockback effects stack with the finishers. You probably don't want to stack knockback, though, like, anyway, because even if you're, you know, like, okay with the knockback on the finisher, you probably don't want the knockback for, like, building the charges or anything. Which, even if you're just like a pure kick sin, there's still some pretty fun charges you can build. Like Tiger Strike, even it's a pretty massive like increase in physical damage. Let's go! Khalim's heart. I can't do that because my stash is full of junk. Could you imagine if it was like a real life, and like they're trying to hand you a ring, and like you can't take the ring because your bag is literally like overflowing onto the floor, and they're just trying to shove it in there. It's like just take the ring.
You imagine the higher you level up, the more money you could hold?
Well, you figure out more places to stash it, right?
I guess.
I saw some joke the other day. It was about women always putting the money in their bra. Somebody was like, "I don't want your boob sweat money." And then somebody else was joking. There's like a little pocket apparently in ladies' underwear, which I have no clue what it's for, and nor do I have any interest in learning. But literally, somebody had like $40 like just shoved into the little pocket in the underwear. So it's just got gold shoved everywhere. Somebody walks up to you and like pulls a gold coin from behind your ear, and they're not a magician. They're just like, dude, there was a gold coin like behind your ear. You're like, yeah, I know. That's where I'm storing that there. Okay.
It's there.
Okay, that's where I keep it. Put it back.
A griffin headdress that has a socket on it that's 3 to tornado, 1 to solar creeper, 1 to carrion vine. Rip.
I mean, if you got a choice between boob money and like groin money, though, I'd take the boob money.
What was it? I read some like statistic that said that like all money is contaminated with like all manner of just awfulness, like just fecal matter and drugs and all sorts of things, and like there's no such thing as like clean money unless it's like a brand new dollar bill that you got from the bank. You're like still super crisp.
Still wrapped by the original bank wrapper.
There's actually a picture of this floating around the internet. It's pretty cool. It's a picture of like old money versus new money, and they have like a stack of old money and a stack of new money, and they're all right next to each other. And it's the same amount of money, but like the old money looks like 2 times the size of the new money just because it's like so old and worn and like and nasty and like just like crumpled up and like put back together, and like you can't like it's like the new money's like a little tiny stack, and the old money's like freaking monstrous, and it looks terrible. Like, it just looks like somebody, like a cat played with it for like a day and a half. Where's the temple? This is probably the wrong temple because it's not facing the right way.
TP for temple. We're waiting.
No, we can do this temple afterward. I think that's the wrong temple. Because the right temple always faces south, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's where my TP is.
Yeah. My TP's on the wrong temple. For EXPs. Dang, 2 full juvies. I'll take it.
Good drop.
Oh god, he's got might. I don't have the damage.
Hey, Diablo Grand Charm. What does it
Another
roll?
2 full rejuve drop.
1 to javelin and spear skills. Alright.
Wow.
Guess that one's not getting re-rolled.
Yeah, sweet.
This is acceptable.
You have found the book.
Found the book. It should give all of us here. What do you need? Oh, Ormus has been talking.
And the spell charm I found rolled 11 to lightning res. Alright.
Alright, where's my portal? No, I made the portal in there and ruined my portal.
Here, up here's the waypoint.
Oh, and that's a good monarch too. 8% enhanced defense, 4 socket natural drop.
It's a monarch. It's a pretty monarch shield. It's a monarch.
Let's go it on my sorceress.
So I'm finally making progress on my my hero editor pack.
Yay.
I got all the bases made, which took me quite some time. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, and I also made a portal up for the other temple. By the way, I also made ethereal versions of all the sets because I thought it would be funny. I'm adding a what if section to my my pack, which is basically just going to be like items that shouldn't exist, but would be cool if maybe. If maybe. Well, like F sets is something that they totally could do. Nobody ever thought that they were going to make it so that sets could be upgradable, and they did that. So maybe they'll make it so that sets can drop ethereal. Why not? And then we can play around with that.
Get my ethereal IK barb going.
Yeah. Now some of the items, of course, will be useless, like finding like a F's death sash or something. Like, what are you going to use that on? I mean, PvP only, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Is anything F that isn't socketed would be pretty rough drop.
Yeah, but I don't know of anything that would be like super detrimental if it wasn't socketable and it was F. It'd be like, oh, that kind of sucks, but there's none of it that's like really hard to find unless it's like maybe a Trang belt. That would be like, wow, that kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, sets are not like ridiculously hard to find, so I don't feel like a lot of people are going to be like, oh no, I found a F, whatever. Like even the ones that are a little difficult to find, people actually might be excited to find F, like a F IK Sacred Armor. That actually might be pretty cool.
If you actually find one of those, that would be like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
that kind of sucks because now I got to find a Zod.
The defense on that thing would be insane.
That's true.
Yeah. No, it would be amazing, but it'd be like, wow, this kind of sucks. Now I have to find a Zod. All right.
Yeah, there's definitely a caveat to it. And like, instead of putting an IAS jewel in the armor, you have to do the Zod. So
yeah,
in that way, it's like, okay.
But it would be
super
more
awesome
defensive
defense
setup than an offensive setup. I understand.
Well, I think more so is what it will help is the sets that have weapons attached to them, because weapons usually limit the entire set. But like, could you imagine having, I don't know, like an F Alder's Mace It's got 3 sockets in it, right? So, like, you just one for the Zod rune beefs up the damage, and then you could do whatever the hell else you want with it. You upgrade it too now, so you can upgrade it, Zod it, Eth it. Nice little combo.
Yeah,
A lot of them
Griswolds
could
be pretty lit.
A lot of them
all
could be
those
interesting.
sockets.
Flag laws could be interesting, Zotted. I don't know. There's like some of them could just be like throwaways. Like you wouldn't maybe Zod them, but you could just like if you find them often enough, you could probably just have a stack of them sitting in your stash and just, use them, break them, use them, break them.
An
Probably
Talhelm would be
last
real
normal.
cool for mercs, just because why not?
Talhelm would be interesting finding Eth, yeah. A lot of interesting things that could come about from that. Now I just need to make like all 84 rune words and then like variations of those rune words, including the new ones. Zach's apparently found a way to create the new rune words in Diablo 2 and make it so that they're exportable to Diablo 2, like a file, and then you could just put the file and upload it, and it automatically has the right stats. I was just gonna make gemmed armors and just and that way you would just load them into D2R and they would be correct. I am overburdened. I'm the only one who needs the flail. You bastards.
Dark magic here is dispelled.
You bastards. Get in there, flail. We ain't got time for all these shenanigans. Come bop this thing. Bop. That's right. Anything good drop? Nothing really? I don't think I grabbed the waypoint. Let me go grab that real quick before I continue. Also, I'm 3 pips from 79. Let me go grab my nat set. I just realized. Bink. Bink. Sweet. Do I got enough strength and dex for the claw? I do. I put some crazy sick jewels in the Nats armor. Check it out.
I am overburdened.
Little Edie. Little I am. Better not.
Oh, we got a unique dusk shroud.
Nice. See what we got.
What's it gonna be? Please, please be enchant. Please be enchant. Please be enchant.
You trying to make an enchant sword?
It's Frost Nova.
You know they did beef up Frost Nova, didn't they recently?
Yeah, you could do like a Nova Frost Nova build. Could
No,
be
I need
interesting.
one for the merc. Enchant on Miss Robes merc.
Ooh, that rib cracker is sexy.
No, let me
Got
out.
the 295 ED1, but it's not Eth, so that Eth takes the cake.
I teleport in, but sometimes can't teleport back out. I'm like, let me out. I don't want to be in here.
Chunky found a crazy one. Yesterday, I think? A couple days ago? No, it's yesterday. We found a 298 F. So he upped it to a stalagmite.
Diamond bow. Oh yeah, the frickin' rib cracker's a beast.
3 socket diamond bow.
only was it a rib cracker, it was a really nice rib cracker too.
I think the defense on the rib cracker is one of the best features of the thing. Because you're giving up the shield slot already, and it gives you a massive defense bump. Especially for druids that have, like, relatively no defense, like, mechanics. Especially if they go werewolf instead of bear. Like, they've got no way to beef up their defense.
Probably the only staff that's actually worth using.
It is the only
Because-
staff that's worth using.
Yeah.
And
Iron
it's-
Jangbong
Actually got the right
begs to
mods
differ.
actually go for a two-hander.
I'm told that that an F Archon staff with 15% ED is a really, really good Breath of the Dying.
Yeah.
Apparently, the
Does
damage on it is like
be pretty
really
good.
sexy. I'm gonna have to make like. That's the part about the rune words that really I think is gonna drive me crazy. Is because I'm gonna want to make variations. Like if I'm not just gonna want to make like one Breath of the Dying. I'm gonna want to make a Breath of the Dying spear, a Breath of the Dying, a maul, a
Yeah.
death Breath of the Dying,
things.
Archon staff, and so it's
Yeah.
gonna like that 80 whatever 2 or 84 or whatever rune words is gonna balloon out really quick. It's,
Oh yeah. He's like, yeah. How many weapon classes are there? Is it 12?
I just got really tired of like going to make a character or a theory craft or something and then like having to spend like so long setting everything up. Like it should all be right there at my fingertips. Like if you were a musician, you wouldn't like pull your piano out of the closet and then like screw it together and like get everything set up and then tune it and then and then play. No, you got the piano sitting there ready to play. Like it's get the keys, you're just pressing the keys. Like I feel like I'm setting up my piano every single time I'm playing the piano. Like when I do Hero Editor, it's like all right, load this item in. Okay, change the quality. All right, load these runes. Put these runes in the armor. Okay, change this skill. All right, put this item on him. Okay, don't have this piece of equipment. Gotta find it. Don't have this charm. Gotta make it. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to do is charms. I need to make some more. I need to make some more charms because the charm choice list is like criminally just limited. Like all they have basically is like the GG end level charms that like are the generic ones that people use, but they've got nothing like a 451 small poison charm. They don't have any kind of like ones that you would expect for a character. Like if you wanted to set up a very specific character, they don't have them. No, come here.
2 to 99 lightning damage small charms. Sure they don't exist.
It does have some of the elemental damage charms. But see, what if you wanted a mix? Like, what? Maybe you're like a character who wants a half elemental damage charm with like all resistances on it or something.
Yeah.
Maybe you want faster run walk with other stats. Like, a lot of that stuff just doesn't exist. Especially some of the more vague, like, grand charms. Like, the only grand charms they have, pretty much, are life skillers. That's it. Like, if you're not a character that wants life skillers, well, screw you. And there's so many really cool, like, charms that you can get in the grand charm, like, that are not life skillers. Like, I don't even think there's max damage grand charms in there. Like, say, like a plus 10 max damage, like 12% faster hit recovery grand charm, or like a plus 10 max damage, life grand charm. Like, none of that stuff exists in there. I'm gonna have to like manufacture them. Might as well add that to my list. It's just like, ugh. Add it to the list. I'll be done sometime next year. Oh, somebody died? I'm like dying from poison over here. I'm gonna go talk to Ormus real quick. You can't socket javelins trustworthy. I'd have to see them to understand what they are. I mean, who are you going to use them on? A throwing barb? Generally, when it comes to javelins for Amazons specifically, it's more along the lines of the plus to skills is what they're looking for, because it's an elemental damage based thing. Like a lot of the times they'll even use like just blue javelins that have massive plus to skills and increased attack speed.
640.
But I'm not really sure what those are. I mean, if the damage on them is really high, they could be very useful for a throwing barb. Especially if they're ethereal. That's where the money is for those is the ethereal. Oh god, amp damage and dulls? No thank you. Wait, like, alright, Satan. Just want to level up so I can get my 50% DR. Leave my merc alone, you evil dolls! Freaking champion dolls with high HP. There we go. Now I got gnats on. I should be in a much better shape. Much better. Much better. ITD on the claw is certainly very nice. I don't think there's any other set in the game that literally gives you ITD. Gnats is the only one.
Oh, does your attack have knockback?
Which one?
Oh, I don't know. You were knocking back that Death Lord or whatever, the Blood Lord, whatever.
I don't think so.
No?
I am overburdened.
Dark Lord, that's what. I was trying to whirlwind him. He kept moving across the screen.
Maybe you have
Something
knockback.
was-
Or maybe the
Like
Amazon.
you said? I
The
don't
Amazon
think
is probably running knockback.
so. Maybe that's what it probably was. Yeah. Good call.
You generally run knockback on ranged characters
Yeah,
because it's so useful.
That makes. Yeah, that's what it was.
You get AARP invitations 3 times a month. Why do you need AARP? You got like a
Marketing world thinks he does.
you got a boat? Do you got a house that needs insurance? Immune to cold? Well, here, I got some fire for you. Here, take that. And 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 that. My damage is actually pretty darn sweet for the amount of people that we have in here. Ow! I may have DR, but that doesn't mean you can be mean to me, sir. Reminds me I was watching a video on like the bulletproof vest and how it came to be, and apparently the guy who invented it, like nobody believed him and nobody wanted to test it either.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I was like, you've heard.
Well, no, he literally had to like record a video of him shooting himself. Like that's how he launched it. Like, he took a video of,
Okay. See
of-
that's how you have to do it. You
I'm
don't
like-
walk into a room and be like, "Who wants to test this?"
yeah,
And I
who
was
wants to
like,
risk your life
no.
for my thing? Like, no. You risk your life for your thing, sir. No, but he did, and that's how he got like people to get on board with his product because they were like, oh, well, it really did stop the bullet. If I remember correctly, too, according to the video, he didn't even use like a regular gun. I think it was like a frickin' 357 Magnum or some crap.
Nice.
Like he went all out.
Because yeah, if you do like a little like 22 or some shit,
Get a
it's
little
just like,
22.
well, okay, let me see it again.
I don't know
Let me see it
about
was
that.
something real.
Like a frying pan can stop a 22. That's,
Yeah. Yeah, wear 3 shirts. That'll protect you from a 22.
I actually remember reading this article. Always, like whenever I tell the story, like people don't like believe it, but you can look it up. Apparently, there was a drive-by shooting, and this guy was in the back of a car, completely uninvolved in this drive-by shooting. And apparently, the bullet hit the back of the car and went through the trunk of the car, went through everything in the trunk of the car, went through the back of the seat, and then went through him. And he actually like saw his shirt, like literally just like go like this. And he reaches inside of his shirt, and the bullet is inside of his shirt. It went through everything in like the back of the car. It went through everything, but stopped at his shirt. Because that was all the force that this bullet had left was not enough to go through his shirt. Freaking always blows me away. Oh, where's my... I don't have my merc. That's why. I don't have my work. I'm pretty sure he lived, because he told the story.
Goodness is that all the waypoints are right by the entrance. It's right here.
Hello.
Yeah, this is one of those no-joke Durance maps.
That's okay. I'm leveling up. I'm having fun. I'm almost level 80.
Same.
Now that I got my
Or is
gnats, I'm not too worried about these guys. I'll probably still end up dying to them, though. Watch. Definitely a lot safer. Definitely a lot safer.
I have a lot of dolls on my tail. Just FYI.
Ethereal worm skull. Ooh.
Yeah, we just had a worm skull drop not too long ago. I think at Trav.
I don't.
Non-F though.
Shouldn't be getting two in the same game. wonder if it's because nobody picked it up and nobody identified it. Because it just sat there on the ground. They just like the game was just like they picked it back up and then dropped it again. Like, look, you didn't see this last time. Here, let me give it to you. Get in there, Merc. Do your work. My Merc's like punk level. He's got a freaking F fortitude and a F obedience. He don't even care. And he's using Rock Stomper. A little bit of extra defense. This is definitely one of those ridiculous hell endurance maps.
Oh yeah.
These are the ones that go on for like
Probably
8
I
miles.
bet it's gonna be like all the way top. That little spot where we haven't.
Have we found?
explored
Did
yet.
we find the waypoint yet? Ice Blink, yes.
I found the waypoint. It's right next to the entrance, so it's all the way left.
I don't think I grabbed it yet.
You're gonna go way, way to the very top. Yeah,
Oh,
where, like,
nice,
Chad
Jim.
is. I
Grass.
think that's where it is.
Fire, fire, fire.
Yep, this is where it is. Way up top. My TP for level 3.
For next season, am I doing a launch party team? Yeah, same as last time. If you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to join. I mean, I'll set up teams. I mean, no guarantee you're gonna be on my team, but because last time we had like 6 teams. 6 is a lot of teams. It's a very high number of teams.
Once we get a confirmed date, I'll be taking off from work. Probably Friday and Saturday, so I'll have Friday through Monday.
Yeah, usually it's a Thursday, or is it always a Thursday? So I can pretty much guarantee it's like a Thursday in late August.
I think we can pretty much assume it's not going to be the same as like Diablo 2 was. They're probably going to handle it differently. We're probably gonna get ladder patches. Like I can pretty much guarantee you with the way they're handling things, we're probably gonna see a patch every single time there's a new ladder.
Well, we have the 18th and the 25th are the last 2 Thursdays, and then the 1st of September is also a Thursday. So,
My bet is the 25th. If they're gonna hold to their statement of late August, my bet's 25th, but we'll see.
they'll release something.
I think we'll see 2.5. 4 months is plenty of time for them to scrape together a 2.5.
Yep. And what are the new root words gonna be? That's the question. There's probably gonna be like 3, maybe, new ones.
I think this is gonna set the tone too. Like if there's new rune words every ladder, you know,
then we'll know this time. Yeah.
then we'll know for a fact that like there's going to be a patch every ladder, because obviously to add the new rune words they've got to do a patch. So we'll end up having a patch on every single like ladder update, or shortly before. They might even do a public test realm. Who knows?
I hope they do one for the new rune words and stuff.
Yeah,
Just to-
that
Just
would bridge
saying.
the gap until ladder. It's like between now and then. They do like a gosh, could
Hope
be
they
this
test
next
it
week.
before they put it out.
They could do a PTR next week.
I'd like to see more rune words that have O skills. I think O skills are a very interesting mechanic in the game that could definitely like expand gameplay further. I mean, there's one thing, owning a skill is definitely one thing, but I do feel like O skills can definitely make things interesting. I just don't want to see it like so ridiculous that it takes away from the classes that the skills belong to.
Yeah, that's the thing is the O skills are interesting, but they're the hardest I think to balance.
Well,
So
like
they can get out of control quick.
Just make them expensive.
Well, like take for instance Infinity. So like we'll look at Conviction. When you have a Conviction Paladin in your group, it's exciting. Like most people are pretty excited when there's a Conviction Paladin in your group, and even though Infinity gives us a low level of conviction, like it's really expensive and it's kind of hard to obtain. So nobody's like, oh, a Conviction Paladin. Like when they join their group, they're excited, right? But if you gave an O skill with Conviction to everybody, nobody would care if there was a Conviction Paladin in your group. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I don't
That devalues Infinity.
Yeah, so I don't want
Infinity.
to see them ruin classes by giving away like very specific skills that make those classes unique. But there's also ways that I think that you could have O skills incorporated into items, which could make them really interesting. I'm trying to think like one right off the top of my head that would be cool. Honestly, like Fire Mastery, Cold Mastery, and Lightning Mastery, I feel like could be really interesting O skills if they were tied to the right items. They would have to be tied to something that would force a player to have to choose between damage and like utility. Like for instance, Enigma is an armor piece. So tying Fire, Cold, or Lightning Mastery to an armor piece would force a player to have to choose between the utility of Teleport or the increase in damage that Cold, Fire, and Lightning Mastery offers. And I feel like that would be a very, like tough choice for a lot of people, especially if you're a very specific kind of class who could get a lot of good use out of something like Fire, Lightning, or Cold Mastery.
I got my puzzler. I'm okay with that.
I think Charge would be a cool O skill because that's kind of half Enigma. Like you can get around.
It's a movement
that's
ability, yeah.
That's like a great movement skill that other classes would benefit from. So I think that'd be pretty cool.
Bow skills.
That could stand to be like a more mid-level rune word, I feel like.
I'd love to see bow skills like tied to maybe some items, because like there's a lot of characters out there that would love to make like bow type characters that really can't, because all they can do is just regular attack. I think it would be really cool to have like, I don't know, like multi-shot or guided arrow or a bunch of other things like attached correctly to things so that you can actually build like a character around it. I think it would be kind of cool. Have like a freaking Strider Paladin or like a maybe even a Barbarian running a bow. Like who freaking cares?
Oh yeah, but Barbarian they need to add, like, they've got a slot. They could add a mastery for bow and crossbow just below the throwing mastery and the spear mastery.
Like it could be an interesting way to add additional content to the game without taking away the original content. Like just new builds. I mean, like Wolf Howl Fury Visor is definitely a clear example of what Blizzard North tried to do, giving O skills to a character that they don't belong to create a unique build, and it did work. There is a unique, Wolf Howl Fury Visor build for barbarians, and people have fun with it. Like I think more of that kind of stuff would definitely be interesting.
That's why I wanted to see, like, Doorfoot, for instance, where it gives leap to barbarians only. That should have just been leap flat, because leap doesn't really
That's interesting. There you go.
change too much, but it would allow you to jump over certain barriers. You can't jump over walls, but you can jump over, like, rivers and things like that. It would definitely help with the utility of it, and it's in a boot slot, and it makes sense to have leap on a boot slot.
Yeah, that's a great example. I like that idea.
And all they have to do is just take the barbarian only tag off of it. Change nothing else about the boots.
Yeah, because a lot of times, like when I played, I play Barb a lot, and when I get those boots, I was like, okay, that's great. I already have leap, and I'm already using leap attack. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I really don't care much. But another class, that's pretty sick. That'd be
Oh,
awesome
actually,
to
I'm
find.
always excited when I find Gorefoot because they have Mana Steel on them. They're it's one of the few Mana Steel items in the game that's actually like really low level. They're absolutely great to use on just about anybody that needs a little bit of Mana Steel.
That is true as well.
That's a good point.
Like I said, they're great boots. Just take from barbarian only. Away
There's
from that. and
that's
just-
the thing is that when you first start a character, like there's you got crap for boots. Like usually you're wearing like whatever like fungus infested like toenail jam boots that you pulled off some zombie. Like any of those unique boots, honestly, any of them are just like super sexy. Treads of Seathon, Gorefoots. I mean,
But it would make me excited to find them.
you're usually pretty excited to
Even
find
more
like
so than you are. Yeah. 'Cause I feel Daniel's what he's saying is like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna be excited early game regardless. They are awesome boots.
True.
Any class is gonna be even more
dirty
excited
boots of the
because they're like,
walrus.
"Oh, Arcane is like gonna be awesome now. Not gonna be such a pain.
I mean, honestly, early game, all boots are doing is making you run faster and giving you some more stamina. Like it's usually all they're doing.
Yeah.
It's Gorefoot or
that really is
Gorefoot's
the
the
priority. Everything else is just kind of icing. It's like the plus leap is nice, the mana is nice, but yeah.
Gorefoot is one of those
unlock.
few boots at early game that actually has something other than like the generic.
Yeah. Well, and what's the fire res ones? Those
Hot
are pretty cool,
spurs.
but they seem really rare.
They're
I feel like
TC
I
class.
find those in like late nightmare.
They're like
Never
TC
find
class
those at all.
1 items. Like they only drop from like monsters of the Bloodmoor and like Cold Plains and shit.
Gotcha. So
A
I
lot-
guess they're pretty rare drop late nightmare, but that's where I swear I always
Yeah.
find them.
So if you take like a Holy Fire Paladin or something out, like with a bunch of Magic Find, and you just run around Bloodmoor, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna get some of those TC class 1 items, which are like just like really low level. Usually it's like Greyform quilted armor, Hotspur boots, Rezot Keen is also like a really amazing one. Nasher hand axe, like there's a bunch of those weird TC class 1 items that just never drop. Torch of Ero. I don't think I've ever found a Torch of Ero.
Nope. You see those in free games a lot. I don't know how they find them.
I mean, it's
I know
it's a
exactly
great.
how they find them. They were going after something like low level, and it just happened to drop, and they drop it in a free game.
The Plains of Despair. Oh yeah, I gotta see what my full charge up damage is now. Let's see. Alright. Fire. Ice. Come here, you. No, my charges are gonna run out. 14,000? According to my panel. Not, of course, counting, like, I would assume other things like AoE damage and whatnot. $14,000, I like 14,000.
Oh,
It's
while I'm
not bad.
jumping, while I'm jump attacking, I'm realizing one cool mechanic. I think is if faster run walk affected how fast your jump is. That could be interesting. Just like Sonic the Hedgehog, you could have him just like jumping like twice as fast as normal jump. I think that'd be pretty cool.
That's what Path of Exile ties it to your actual attack speed. With their leap attack,
Oh, okay.
it's tied specifically to your attack speed.
That'd be cool too. Yeah.
Because it's how fast you can complete an action. That's what I would consider leap attack. You know, how fast, or just any sort of action like that. How fast you can complete an action.
Well, I think
like that.
I think
That's
one.
a little more complimentary too, because like my IK barb is like I'm putting IAS duels so I can attack faster with Whirlwind or Berserk or whatever.
It would make sense that you could
Sick.
leap attack faster, or just leap faster in general.
Well, my thing is that leap is a big, long, drawn-out effect, right? You're jumping through the air, and you're landing on the target. But in the game, you land, and then you attack. Like, I think it should be the opposite. Like, you need to, like, as soon as you contact the ground, the attack needs to be immediate, because you're basically flying through the air and landing on somebody's head. You're not swinging your hammer at them. You're literally coming down like this. So as soon as you hit the ground, the hit should connect, not you land
That
and then you
definitely needs to
attack.
happen. It's super frustrating when like I leap and I hit the ground and I freaking miss because they're like walking away. It's like, what?
Yeah, so like I
hit him.
I think that they could fix it by basically just making it instantaneous. So like the hit should be instantaneous upon
Make
landing.
it AOE.
Well, they already added the AoE to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the AoE does hit, but my main hit just doesn't hit.
Yeah.
Sometimes it misses.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Your main hit should be, it shouldn't miss, essentially. That's what I'm saying. It should just be, if they're within that AoE, they get hit with the full brunt force of your attack.
Oh, you're saying the full damage applied to the AoE. Okay.
Correct. Full damage should apply to the AoE.
Ooh, that could be OP.
It would
Could get a little,
But it would be a
little
way
out of
to make
control,
it-
but
usable.
I feel like
even
it could be
make
be
like
doable if they
the
could
auras.
control the like the amount of damage applied based on distance.
Yeah.
So
that's what
they
I was gonna
like
say, make it like the auras, make it distance based. Then
well they could have like the person obviously that you're on top of is 100% of whatever your physical damage is. And then everybody around that like starts to decrease down to 0% the further away they get from you. Probably with a pretty steep curve, probably like maybe like a 6-meter radius.
big AoE.
And at the end of 6-meter radius, it would be 0%.
yeah. Because like right now, it's pretty much nothing AoE. Like I'm doing 6,000 main damage. I'm doing 400 AoE damage. In hell, that's
so-
nothing.
Yeah, I was
6,000 AoE damage.
I was
is
able-
not much.
I was able to
Still.
get that physical the AoE damage up really high. It synergizes. I can't remember. Leap attack only has one synergy, right? It's leap.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm unsynergized leap attack.
So-
right now.
so
It's
the
just
leap-
base level 13.
So the
What I'm
leap
talking about.
actually adds to the AoE damage.
Yeah.
It was something that they changed in one of the patches. And with plus the skills and all the other equipment and max leap attack and leap, I think I got it up to like a pretty insane amount of damage. I can't remember off the top of my head, but if I look at my Bunny Foo video, it was really high. Where's my Easter video? It was literally my Easter video.
Yeah, but even at his main attack though, even at let's just call it 6K, I don't think that's
In hell, it's not
anything
crazy large.
insane.
Yeah.
Well, it's physical damage too, so
I mean,
you could enhance it with amplify damage or the Grim Ward or anything like that. Let me see if I can find in the video where I looked at the damage. Oh, thank you, player 2. The Ginger Zealer. That is my paladin. That is not my barbarian. Vitality. Okay, there it is. Radial damage 2070 to 4140. Damage increased by 1840%. Attack rating increased by 1060. Radius 4.6 yards. And that was at level 49. 49 leap attack fully synergized.
Not that much damage for the area damage.
I mean, it was, what I found is that if I had, like, Grimoire up, it wasn't, like, awful. But I wasn't really relying on that as my damage anyway. It was like a shock. Like, I basically just got, like, a free damage bonus to, like, every time I leaped around. It added up, but I was still relying mainly on the physical, like, hit.
Exactly. That's what I said. If you combine the two of them together and, you know, make it actually faster and make it a viable main skill, I think that would be really cool.
But it's also like, I mean, my single target damage at like my berserk is like 5k. It's not much. But I mean that's what the barb is. Like the barb is not the infinity super powerful source. Sort of.
He had some.
You're going to be slower.
He had some meaty damage. Let me tell you, with maxed out leap attack, he was hitting pretty damn hard. I tried a couple different weapons with him, but I think I was using like a Breath of the Dying Thunder Maul or something, like F. And let me see if I can find a picture of his fizz damage with leap attack.
I mean, it is in line with kind of the Zerk Barb kind of philosophy is like you howl stuff away and you target the main guy. So that's kind of what leap attack does is you get in, you can just own
Push everything away.
The elite guy, howl everything away and move on.
Oh, freaking bunny rabbit. I literally named him Little Bunny Foo Foo. No, I can't find it. I want to say from memory, I think it was like 40,000 damage a hit or some crazy crap like that. All physical. It didn't really work as well as I thought. 40,000
really
damage.
Was that high?
It was.
Interesting. It
was a lot. I just can't find it in the video. Oh well, hello. Oh, I was looking at the wrong chat. I'm like, look at all these people talking in here. I was like, oh, a lot of people. I was like, oh wait, no, those are in the old live stream.
Superior.
What was Bunny Fufu? Was he just running IK, or did he have him pretty optimized in the other?
I think I started out with IK, and then I like optimized him for like other equipments as well. I also I did multiple like builds too. Like first I started out just trying to enhance the leap damage like as much as I possibly could. The single target hit, and then eventually I set it up so that it was like you know, like the AoE damage. I wanted to see how high I could get the AoE damage. There we go. I managed to find the clip here with my damage listed. Let me bring it up on camera just so you guys believe me, because I don't even believe myself. There it is right there. It's kind of hidden behind the chat there, but as you can see, it's 7,512 to 42,000 damage per hit. And that's, of course, not calculating in critical strike, crushing blow, open wounds, or any of that other stuff. 42,000 a hit was pretty massive. Of course, it did have a pretty wide range there.
Yeah, it's a huge range. That's the thing is you hit the 7K one and you're doing nothing. What weapon was that?
I think it was Thundermaul. I think it was Breath of the Dying Thundermaul.
Oh. Oh, Thundermite. Yeah, they do have pretty wide.
I tried a bunch of
damage.
weapons, including unbending wills and all sorts of other stuff. I think I did use IK in the setup for maximum leap attack damage because it has the +2 combat skills. Because I was
Yeah.
trying to get as many combat skills as I possibly could. And I'm pretty sure that if I really tried, I probably could have enhanced that 42k maybe a little bit more. I wasn't like specifically like trying to make that character the most ridiculous character ever. It was a silly video for Easter about a leaping barbarian that turned into a little bit more than I intended. I was literally singing Little Bunny Foo Foo like the majority of the time while I was in the video.
Gotta love that.
It's an old nursery rhyme. I don't know if you guys have ever actually heard it before, but
I have. I'm sure not everyone has. Oh, 27 chance cards. Rough. Just back on the ground. Ew.
I'm over here sucking up all your corpses. I'm sorry.
Who grabbed that Grand Charm that I hoarded?
Oh, you want it? It's actually pretty good.
Oh, is it?
I mean, it's not like a +1 skiller or anything, but it's interesting. You want to see it?
Gee.
It's a +5 dex with resistance, which could be useful on a couple of level characters.
Not too bad. Yeah. 15 lightning. Yeah,
It-
that's a really good starter, GC.
Yeah, +5 dex and 15 lightning res is pretty cool.
That's solid for Act 2.
I was like, F4 is always so short. Even if you walk it, it's short. Like it's not. Doesn't really get much longer if you walk it.
Oh, screw you, Diablo Grand Charm for rolling 45 life but no skills.
Why Thunder Mole and not Giant Thresher? I mean, I tried a whole bunch of different things, Jen. But I'm pretty sure Thunder Mole is the highest physical damage item like in the game. F Breath of the Dying, 15% enhanced Thunder Mole. I'm pretty sure is like the highest top end damage that you can get.
Yeah. Unless you get like 15 ED on it or something, but that still is the highest. Yeah.
And we're not talking about like an attack like Frenzy or Whirlwind that needs to go fast. Leap attack isn't fast, okay? It's like so you kind of want a big, heavy, hard-hitting monster of a weapon. Like that's kind of your goal.
What I use for my Whirlwind Barb.
Royal Shald. Ethereal one socket. Just enough for your Zod rune, boys.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna Larzik that Thunder Maul that Chunks gave me.
Yeah, you gonna make a Breath of the Dying in there?
Yep, just gotta find his Just.
It's good. It just the thing for me with what are you using it for? Whirlwind or something else?
Yeah, Whirlwind. Well,
So-
Whirlwind, Berserk, and Leap Attack is kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Right
So
now.
I have one on non-ladder. The only downside is it doesn't hit as often. Because with two-handed weapons, you literally attack twice as much per whirlwind. So you can get like 12 hits off. with like dual grief, for instance. And 12 hits
Yeah.
on dual grief is way more than 6 with that Thunder Maul. Even though the Thunder Maul does a ton of damage, it just doesn't hit often enough in
Yeah.
comparisons.
And that's the trade-off I kind of knew going into this, being a two-handed barb. That's just comes with the territory. So
Yeah.
good call.
I mean, it's still cool. It hits like a Mack truck, and like he survives pretty well. But it's a lot slower than like a dual grief whirlwind barb.
Yeah.
It's a very
That's
slow.
the story of melee. Everything's slower than grief, but I don't care.
I don't know.
I'll do the non-grief.
I've seen a lot of items out DPS and
I did
grief
mine that way.
on the regular. Like
That's
I've
literally what I did.
I've tested so many different variations, and like grief does not always come out on top. In fact, a lot of the times grief isn't even near the top.
Like my main barb, he's used grandfather to spike grief.
No, I mean I'm serious.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
like when I tested the F-Zotted Flesh Ripper Fang Knives, like they out DPS'd grief tremendously. I was actually really surprised at just how much better they were than griefs. I was able to kill and focus down targets so quickly with those things, and the griefs were just like lagging behind.
It's good to hear. Always good to hear something other than grief. So that's grief is all you hear. You read so much stuff.
Honestly,
It's like grief.
the
grief.
more
It was like,
the more I
okay.
research, the more I'm starting to realize that grief is just easier to get than a lot of the better
This is true.
than a lot of
Yeah.
the better items. Like
It's like
finding-
for budget, for its ease, it is crazy.
like finding two F flesh rippers and then zotting them is obviously going to be a hell of a lot more challenging than finding two low
The
runes.
cost of- Yeah.
And
just one
it
low
seems to be that in like almost every scenario that I've come across where grief is just the poor choice, but it's the easy choice, and that's why people choose it.
Yeah, it's best of both worlds.
Especially if you've already made one for another character. At that point, it becomes the, oh, do I put this item on that's obviously the superior choice, or the easy one, the easy choice, or do I like not put an item on until I can find the better one, like the better item? See, I don't really see grief as a solver of damage problems, though, unless you're a berserk barbarian. Does grief even work with berserk? I haven't even checked that.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I did not see that massive of a difference just zerking with my grandfather.
Yeah, but that,
With I need some IAS, you know. I asked my armor and my helm to match like the speed of the phase blade without IAS.
well,
bumps.
my problem with
But-
grief is that whenever you put it on, all you have is physical damage. It's like, unless you have another form of damage, you're kind of screwed. Like on a paladin, like you could use vengeance, but vengeance doesn't work with grief, so you're better off with a different weapon. Like you could maybe use grief with a like an elemental damage build, like holy freeze or holy fire or holy shock. But honestly, you're better off with something like Crescent Moon or Plague. In fact, Crescent Moon's way better for holy shock. Like it just multiplies your damage out. I mean, I still keep grief on my offhand as like a physical damage choice. Like so that when I am in a situation where the only damage type I can kill a monster with is physical,
Heroes
I can just swap and kill something with it.
mistakenly corrected.
But like, I never actually main hand it, ever.
Yeah, like the difference in grief is like I take one less swing, pretty much. So it is faster, but it still is like, okay, one less swing, split second faster. And yeah, so it is more efficient. It is more damage, but the fact that I can almost match it with a grandfather with a bunch of IAS.
What did it cost you
That's
for
just
being a meta noob?
Yeah.
What do you
So much respect. So much. Well, and I got the grandfather way before grief.
I don't know. I just think it's funny because when you look at grief, it becomes like the thing that people recommend, like almost like a reflex. But then you come across somebody who's playing, like, for instance, a Vengeance Paladin or a Blade Fury Assassin, or puts the grief on their Act 5 Frenzy Merc, and you have to, like, tell them the unfortunate news that they've literally been using, like, the worst choice possible
I'm sorry,
for their
but-
character, because that effect doesn't actually work on those characters or those abilities. So you've basically just been using the weapon because, like, people deem it as, like, the best weapon to use, but it doesn't actually do anything for you.
Oh yeah. Even before
It's
the
the best
Frenzy
melee
Merc,
weapon
I
in the
bet
game.
that was
Like-
a big mistake. Everybody going for Vengeance. Like every newbie of Vengeance like made that mistake. It's like, why is it not hitting as hard? What's happening?
Well, it's like using an umbrella when it's not raining. It's like yes, umbrellas are nice when it's raining, but, like, you're not if it's not raining. If it's not raining, why do you have the umbrella up? You're just trying to block the sun? Or are you a vampire? Maybe you're a vampire. In that case, you get a parasol. Oh yeah, I didn't do my forge. I'm gonna do my forge real quick. Maybe I'll get something good. L rune. If I get an L rune from the forge, I'll give out 5 memberships on my channel. How about that? Somebody's winning today.
You could probably say that for like tier and
Somebody's
below or
winning.
something. You don't even have to say Elrond.
Oh no, it's got to be an L rune. I'm sorry. No,
Okay.
we've already established. L has to be a literal L rune. He's freaking spectral hit, which means he's immune to, like, all elements. You little turd. Let me do a full charge up. Let's see if you can take that. Oh god. The might aura from the nearby monster activated onto him, and as soon as it hit him, he just one-shot me.
Yeah, might and amp damage.
I was hanging
Nasty.
in good too. Stupid poopy face. Well, that's not the right portal.
It's not too bad. We're up to P7 now. Nice.
It's always like that too. Like, that's one of the reasons why Griswold is one of the biggest murderers in the game, in my opinion. It's because, like, when you're fighting him, you're usually fine, and you're usually, like, hanging in there. Like, maybe it's a close race or whatever you want to call it, and you're doing your heckin' best, right? And then the amp damage hits, and as soon as the amp damage hits, like, you go from doing fine to, like, getting your butt handed to you. A hell rune.
Hey, it's got L in the name. It's got L in the name.
A hell rune. I mean, it's not useless. I'll take it, I guess.
I see an EL rune.
It just ends in it.
It ends in
No, it
it.
was actually kind of funny. I was almost a screen away from it, and so it literally said L rune when it dropped for me. I was like,
Okay.
oh wait, it's up, it's up. Okay.
Frickin' Forge Master killed me, little punk.
I got a set of 3 socket claws with 3 to death sentry, 1 to charged bolt sentry. You wanted to use.
well,
I
I-
know you're running natties.
Well, I have a 3 that I'm running that I could put a plague in, and somebody handed it to me. It's these. Well, I was hoping to find something with Phoenix Strike on it. Like, that was my goal. See if I could get maybe like a +3 Phoenix Strike. It doesn't have to be Phoenix Strike. It could be any of the Fist of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Phoenix Strike. It could be any of those. Could be any combination of those. I'm good with combinations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not using traps at all. I'm focusing on. I don't have enough points for all that. That's too much work. You always get a gull rune. I mean, it's not a bad rune to get.
That is, I think, the top one that you can get, actually. That's amazing. If he gets it always. Wow.
From the Hellforge?
Yeah, I think, isn't gold the top one?
No.
I'm just
No.
dropping some gull runes for you. Ah.
What's the top Hellforge rune then?
I can't
One of
remember
was
off the top of
gold.
my head. Hustle, hustle.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, because yeah, I think it is because yeah, Vex doesn't drop that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if he gets goal every time, that's crazy. That's crazy luck.
Sounds like somebody needs to go buy some lottery tickets.
Yeah.
Hey, the principal rune word is great now, so, I mean, a gull rune is like straight up setting you up for the holy, the God Zealer build.
Yeah.
Might as well just God Zealer then. And it's not like laying of hands are hard to come by, so, bam. Gull rune, get you your principal, and then laying of hands, I'm pretty sure you found already by that point. If not, I'm sure one of your friends has 3 in his stash. This is the point at which somebody says, bold of you to assume I have friends.
Kind of funny though is when I played ahead a little bit on this character and I did the forge. I did get a goal. That is my very first goal from a forge after I don't know how many hell forges I've done.
I found
200?
I found so many laying of hands, Bad Mardigan, that literally I min-maxed my laying of hands. I started like, okay, this one has 96 defense. Oh wait, this one has 97 defense. All right, this one right here. Oh, ooh, this one's 98 defense. Ooh, sexy. Like I was just min-maxing them like by defense, and then dropping the ones that I didn't want on the ground. Like you can have these garbage laying of hands that only have 92 defense. Ew.
That's what I do with every character. Always min-max.
Oh, I need to drop a full stack of charges on a catapult, just to like really, just to really stick it to the man. Let's see if I can get a full stack of charges here. Okay, I think I have a full stack. Boom! Boom!
Oh, that was about 5/6 life you took out of it. It's nearly one-shotted.
It was pretty
They're
sweet.
pretty tanky. I don't know what the life is on a catapult, but
Well, yeah, that's why I wanted to try the catapult, because I remember the life being pretty high on the catapult, you know? What's up, Shanky Poopy Poopo? You're dead. See? Look. My fireworks are better than your fireworks, sir.
and I bet catapults have pretty high resistances too.
I tested it on one of the little fire traps in Act 2, too, and the fire towers. It was pretty impressive.
Oh, those are really tanky elemental.
Oh, a ring. Yes. Oh, we got the Abaddon. Let's go to Abaddon. Nothing at the door. You guys welcome. Oh, portal shrine. You guys welcome people anymore around here? Sorry, I'm only using the Phoenix Shield because it has negative fire res on it. I'm not like deliberately trying to steal all your corpses. I don't really care about the redemption anyway. It's nice to have, I guess.
No big deal. I would have horked a job by now, though.
Oh, only a jaw? Only a jaw? Why not a Zod?
Yep, only a job.
Does you need a Zod for your Breath of Dying Thunderball?
That's true. I should dream bigger.
When I saw your forum posts. What forum post? Did I see a forum post? I haven't really been on the Diablo 2 forums much at all lately.
Oh, that's what happens when Bo goes away mid-whirlwind.
I can't carry anymore.
That sucks.
I actually
That's
got
why I
the.
wish there was a timer for Bo, so you knew you were about to. It was about to end, so
I
you
wish
don't
there was a
work
timer.
with.
You just gotta obsessive compulsively spam
for
it.
everything. Yeah, that'd be a good.
No,
That hard.
I actually made the shrine video because I got a bunch of questions about shrines on my YouTube channel, and I was like, you know what? I'm making a shrine video.
Shrines is another one I would love to have a timer for.
I'm also probably
Yeah.
going to make a video on clickables as well. Some people rightfully pointed out that the evil urn was not included in the shrine video. Well, that's because the evil urn is not a shrine. It's not. It's a clickable. And there's clickables. There's a lot of different clickables in the game. I might go over clickables. It could be a fun, stupid little video.
Oh, they get complicated though. With the they change their drops based on like how you approach them and what spawns
Yes.
before you click them.
It's
Yeah.
going to include super chests, obviously, which is going to be a complicated one. The evil urns is a fun one. That one I actually love evil urns. Evil urn clickables are great. Like there's also a little bit of strategy to it too, though. Like I've been murdered by people who like couldn't keep their hands to themselves, like little 5-year-old children touching everything. Like we're literally like in the frozen river, like fighting for our lives, barely staying alive. People's HP dropping to like 2 every 5 seconds, and somehow we're still surviving. And there's like an evil urn right there, and everybody's smart enough not to click on it, except that one guy who's just like the little kid who has to touch everything, and spawns an entire pack of like elite gloams, and you're just like, oh, thanks. And as everybody just like the horrible music from like the movie starts playing, it's like. And literally everybody's dying left and right. It's like, why would you do that?
That's me.
Yep.
I click every single one the moment I
Same
get to
with
it.
the fire shrine. Yep. People can't help
Shrine I don't
themselves.
click.
It's actually made me make a rule. So my rule is that I always click on the evil urns, no matter what situation we're in. Because if somebody clicks on the evil urn when we're not prepared, we're gonna die. But if I click on the evil urn when at least I'm prepared, I know what's coming. I've made the choice to click on this urn. Then at least I know it's coming, and I can maybe prep a little bit and kill them. But like if basically controlled chaos versus like absolutely terrible murderous chaos.
That's the fun of it.
Murderous chaos.
Yeah. Because if it's softcore, who cares, man? Have fun. But if it's
Exactly.
hardcore, okay, that is BS.
Understandable.
Where is
Yeah.
the?
I just
where-
don't click
where-
those
where-
ever.
Yeah.
Like that's understandable.
Well, unless in hardcore you want to loot your friends, then
Armor racks and
Users.
weapon racks are also an interesting topic. I'm probably gonna have to do a whole section on that as well, like because that's actually a really good way that you could target farm specific bases as well as specific items. Because obviously only armors can drop from those particular things. Magic Find is also an interesting topic when it comes to clickables, because Magic Find does not work on certain clickables and does work on others. Like, for instance, Magic Find does not work on super chests. But Magic Find does work on, like, rocks and armor racks and things like that. Like, there's a specific armor rack in Mephisto's throne room, his little Endurance of Hatred level 3. It's on the left-hand side, like, right above... I can't remember what his name is, the little council member that's there. It can drop Tal's armor, so the set piece. It's actually a pretty common way to get Tal's armor. It's high enough level. Magic Find does apply to it, and all you have to do is click on it. It's like literally all you gotta do is just you don't even have to click on it. You can just use telekinesis if you're a sorceress. But like it's like a no-brainer. You're going there to kill Mephisto anyway. Just click on the stupid armor rack. You little. I'm sorry. I'm getting emotional.
I found a couple of was it like Ariat's faces and stuff from those.
Yes.
Shaped once.
Yes. And it's only armors, so the percent chance of getting a specific, like unique armor or set armor is much higher because no weapons can drop. No potions can drop. No gold can drop. You don't get anything from them but armors. It has to be an armor.
Yeah.
Same thing with the weapon racks. It has to be a weapon.
It also depends on how you approach it and what spawns around it. So if you approach it at the same time, the same way each time, it's going to drop the same type of item. So if you can find one that has the Ariat's Fate's base, whatever it is, and it drops every single time, then you can like just target farm that over and over and over and over and over. You get Ariat's Face faster than probably any other way.
But I mean, that's one of the things that people do in Lower Kuros too. Like Lower Kuros isn't just about that super chest; it's also about it's also about them sexy weapon and armor racks, which can also drop you some pretty good bases. You're definitely gonna want to click on those as you're running through. Definitely check the paladin shields and stuff like that when they fall. Obviously, any of the class helmets and class items specifically for the right plus to skills. Like if I wanted to really try and farm like a claw for my assassin, the best thing would probably be to go farm weapon racks.
Actually, a good example is I was on, I think Singer Bar playthrough, and I just noticed in the tower that a partisan kept dropping, like just over and over and over and over and over. So I just farmed that over and over and over and over and over. I got an insight for all of my other characters. Yes.
And super chest is an interesting topic as well because there's no actual magic find involved. It's actually really strange how they work. They basically work on like the principle of like diminishing next item. I think that's the best way to explain it. Every single time an item falls from the chest, another item tries to fall. And the percent chance that item can succeed is decreased for each subsequent item that falls from the super chest. And when it first starts out, it's like 100% chance for like one item or something, I'm not even sure if it's 100% for the first item, but it's really high. And then it's like 50% for the second item, and like 25% for the third item, and like 12.5% for the fourth item, and so forth and so on, until eventually it gets to like the 15th item, and it's like a 0.0015% chance that item will fall, and so forth and so on, and it gets like ridiculous in the like number of items that can fall. I'm sure that you guys have all had that one super chest that you click on and like the sound effect literally overwhelms you because it's like the sound of like 18,000 items dropping at one time, and you look on the floor and it's literally like the entire floor is covered with
Stacks of
items.
gold.
And it could be gold, it could be potions, it could be scrolls of town portal, doesn't matter, but it's rolling those items, and you got like the godlike roll of like everything. There's also super chests that drop 7. I'm trying to remember here. It's I think it's 7. I'm pretty sure it's 7. It's either 7 whites, 7 blues, 7 rares, 7 sets, or 7 uniques. And 7 uniques is the like super ridiculously rare one that almost never happens. The other day we got the 7 rare one, which the 7 rare one is actually not too ridiculously hard to come by. You may have had it happen before, like you popped a super chest and you were like, whoa, like that's a lot of unique items. Like that was the 7 rare unique things. So anyway, I'm not gonna go over all that today in the live stream today, but in the video when I eventually make it, we'll cover all that stuff. It's gonna be a lot though. It's gonna be way too much to cover in like just like 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, you need like 5 videos, I bet.
So be prepared. My shield was almost broken. I needed to go back to town and repair it, and then I realized it was like 1.5 million to repair it.
I think Llama's rack video where he talks about racks is like 2 hours. And he only talks about racks. It's pretty wild. And he's long-winded in it, but not that long-winded in it. There's a lot to cover.
With
Oh, God.
videos like that, though, you should be long-winded because that's why people are watching it, because they want to know everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Daniel, don't be afraid to go all in.
I'm gonna have to
Make
research.
a 3-hour video.
I'm gonna have to research some of the topics myself because these are really complicated
Dude,
topics. And
watch the llama video.
the last thing I want to do is get them all wrong.
It is really
But
good.
but like my knowledge on it is decent. It's just that like what I've
Was
noticed.
watch his video, and then I mean you can do the same, but like cover the stuff that he doesn't, because he still doesn't cover some nuances. So.
Well, my thing is that every time I've ever, like in my life, ever said, "Hey, I know exactly what to do here," I've always been wrong. Like always. Like it's like as soon as you like go like, "Hey, I got this," you totally don't got this.
You got one piece of 1%.
So like I've always been the kind of person who will like kind of just like ensure that I know exactly what I'm talking about before I actually talk about what I'm talking about. A lot of people mistake. I've actually had people tell me that I'm like really cocky, and I'm like, no, I'm not cocky. I'm confident. Like cocky and confident are very similar. They're like bed cousins. I was like, a cocky person is talking about something he doesn't know. A confident person is talking about something he does. Like I'm never cocky unless I actually know what I'm talking about. And so, and if you know what you're talking about, then you're not cocky. You're confident. And it's really easy to mix those two up.
Yeah, it's
But
a
like-
fine line.
But like if I don't know what I'm talking about, I won't say shit. I don't even talk. A lot of people get confused too, because like I usually know what I'm talking about on a lot of like things because I do a lot of research. But like whenever we come across something that I have no clue about, I'm Mr. Mum over there. And they're like, what about you? Don't you know? You always know everything. I'm like, I don't know shit about cars. I'm like, your car's broken. Take it to a shop. I'm like, I ain't fixing it.
Take it to mechanic. Whatever the amount is, just pay it.
I'm humble enough to admit that I do not know how to do that particular thing. Although, I mean, I wouldn't say that I couldn't learn. I remember one time a long time ago, I had an ex-girlfriend. Her alternator went bad, or at least she said her alternator went bad, and I never should have trusted her. Never, ever, ever should have trusted her that her alternator went bad. Because you know what? It wasn't her alternator, okay?
Nope.
But she was, like, in desperate straits. She didn't have the money to take it to a mechanic. It was, like, dead in the parking lot of a freaking, like, Food Line or some crap. And so I went out there with some tools, and I took her alternator out, and we drove up to Advanced Auto Parts, and they have a tester that they can test the alternator. And they tested it, and you know what they told us? They said it worked fine. That it was 100% fine, and to put it back in. I just found a traps assassin GC. And so I'm sitting here like, I'm mad at her. Like, I'm kind of mad because it's not what she said it was. And it was not easy to get out. Like, it was a pain in my ass to get that thing out. And she had some sort of oil drip inside the thing. I guess it was like constantly leaking oil, and so there was like oil all over the frickin' what was it called? The not bands. They're not called bands. They're called
The coils.
it's not rope. It's not bands. What the hell's the word I'm looking for? You go to the mechanic, and the mechanic tells you that your timing belt, your belt. That's right, your belt.
Oh.
You're telling like your belt, like the belt was all covered in oil, so it was like squealing and shit, because literally it was slipping, and it was slipping because there was oil all over it, and the oil was dripping from the engine. So anyway, I get it back in there, and like, it still works just fine. Like the alternator is fine. Come to find out, she bought this car from like some like idiot who liked to do like hot rodding, and apparently one of the mods that people did on this particular vehicle was they took the what is it called, the fan. You know how the fan automatically turns on and off like as needed for the engine, so like when the car is hot, you know,
It's for the radiator.
Yeah. Well, he had wired it so that the radiator fan was essentially on a switch that you could turn on and off. So that if you were, you know, hot dogging it and you didn't want to have to worry about the fan like cutting on with the sensor, you would just turn it on automatically, so that you were cooling off the engine even before the engine got hot, and so that it wouldn't cut off at any point, like due to some sort of malfunction or whatever.
Yeah.
She knew this because the guy told her when he sold her the car. And she turned the freaking switch on and left it on, which killed the battery over and over again. Every single time she parked the car, the fan is just on constantly, even when the car is off.
Nice.
Oh, and that can give you super bad gas mileage, bad wear and tear too.
So-
Because it's like it won't let the engine warm up as fast as it wants to, or as it should.
So how do you think I actually found this out? Do you think she told me? No.
No.
How I found it out was I looked up on the internet. A whole bunch of people had websites and things devoted to finding out what is causing, you know, the specific problem, right? What is causing the drain on the battery? And the way that you have to do it is you have to get a voltmeter. If you guys have, I'm sure you guys have probably seen a voltmeter before. It's just a little box that has two little probes, and you put them on things to test voltages and stuff like that. And so I literally put the freaking voltage like probes on the battery and started to systematically like pull out fuses and check and see which component was actually pulling the current. And so at first, the first thing I did though, because I'm smart, is I turned the car completely off and checked the voltmeter to see if there was any drain while the car was completely off. And yes, the battery was draining while it was completely off. And it was at that moment that I realized I heard the sound of the fan while the car is off, and I was like yelling at her. I was like, "Did you turn the car off?" And she's like, "Yeah, the car's off." I was like, "Why am I still hearing a fan?" Like, there's obviously still a fan running, despite the fact that you're telling me the car's off. And at that moment, she remembers, oh, there's a switch that turns the radiator fan on and off. And she turns the radiator fan off, and the fan stops, and the battery drain goes to 0 on the voltmeter. And that was the moment. That was the moment I nearly lost like my temper. Like, it was just so dumb. Like, all that trouble, all that heartache, all that stuff over the fact that you forgot that there was a switch that turned the radiator on and off.
The bad part is, a week later, she forgot that existed and left it on again.
Oh, her car was constantly, the battery was constantly dying, like all the time.
Mala has the
And you want to hear
scroll when you went res.
And you want to hear the worst part of the entire story? is that like it wasn't like a couple months later, like she literally sold the car.
Nice.
Like all that work on a vehicle that she wasn't even going to keep.
She got tired of having to remember about the fan switch, so she threw the whole thing away.
I wonder if she told the new owner about the switch or just left it on.
Probably not.
Probably not. That poor next owner.
That's great.
Oh, I found a Glacier Trail. My TP for Glacial Trail.
About the only good thing that happened out of that
Oh,
entire
last
story,
one.
well, you too, man, was that I literally, like, that was the first time I ever removed an alternator, so it was like an experience, I guess. Next time I have to remove an alternator, whenever that exists. I don't think that's going to happen, by the way. It was not a good experience the first time I did it, I'm going to be honest. Maybe it was just that particular car. Maybe it was just like a really nasty car, and maybe that was why it was so bad, but like, how do you deal with like being covered in oil? Like, just like covered in grease and oil like all the time. I must have went through like so many like rags and towels just trying to like not have hands that were covered in grease and oil and couldn't pick up anything.
I use gloves. Put gloves on all the time. But even then, you just go through so many gloves.
And that is a nasty double triple. Is that triple? Is that a triple pack? I think it's triple.
Yeah, it is painful.
It's I'm like chugging full juvies to stay in here, and this is like with
Same.
almost 50% physical DR. I'm pretty sure I'm at like 50% physical. Where's my DR? I can't even see it. 45% DR is what I'm sitting at, and I was still having to chug some juvies to like hang. That was a lot of DPS coming out there from the triple pack.
Yeah, it was nasty. Especially like Death Lords, they get spooled up and they just dish out the damage.
Oh yeah, well if you let them,
Crazy.
you let them spool up, it's the worst. Necromancers are bad with it
I
because
think I was letting them because I was whirlwinding through. They were probably hitting me.
necromancers
How
are
much
the worst
damage I
with
went
it
through.
because necromancers just they got their whole army out and they spread their damage out, and so
Yeah.
they just start spooling up and start ripping through your army, and you're just like ow 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 ow.
Yeah, your army just pops in an instant, and then they're just like all around you, and death. That's how that goes.
I don't know. I love the internet because there's always somebody trying to tell you something, like how to do something. Like, it's pretty cool. There was something that was wrong with my car one day, and I just like Googled up something, and I was like, huh, see if somebody has a video on this. And sure enough, somebody had a video like directly on it. They're like, this is how you remove the radio from your 2007 Toyota Corolla. I'm like, sweet, let's do it. It's always a little
That's why
frustrating though when you
buy
can't.
affordable cars because there's videos like that. You got a problem with your Ferrari? Good luck, man. There's no video.
Dude, my little 2007 Corolla, like, it may not be the sexiest or most alluring car, but that thing is a freaking tank. Like, I've had, like, hardly any issues with it ever since I bought it. Like, at all. Like, the belts go bad sometimes and need to be replaced. I think that's about it.
It's like it. Yep.
And you know what the funny thing is I never believe the guy when he tells me that the belt's going bad. Because they're full of crap. But like,
Yeah,
like,
you gotta watch certain mechanics for sure.
well, no, it's funny because they all told me, like they're like your serpentine belt is cracked and it's gonna go bad. Like, you should get that replaced immediately. And I'm like, yeah, well, I can't afford it right now. It's like, I'll get it done later. A year later, I take my car back to a different mechanic, and they also tell me my serpentine belt is cracked and it needs to be replaced. And literally, I tell them the same thing that I tell the first one, is I don't have the money for it. I'll get it replaced later. Another year later, I go to a third mechanic a completely different mechanic than the other two, and he also tells me my serpentine belt is cracked and it needs to be replaced immediately. And I don't believe him either. And like,
a little dangerous, man. That's a pretty.
and the
important belt.
4th year later, I literally, like, the guy told me that my serpentine belt was cracked again, and I was like, 4 people mechanics have told me that so far, so it probably is. I was like, go ahead and replace it. I was like, but it's lasted like 4 years since the first guy told me it was cracked and needed to be replaced. Like, I don't believe them anymore, because half the time they're just exaggerating things. I mean, yeah, it might have had like a small cracker in it or something. Like, I can't see it because I can't put my car up on the lift. But like, most of the time they're just BSing you and they're just trying to get extra money out of you. It's pathetic. Like, a lot of the shops will like hit you with every kind of like refill and repair and anything they can. Like, if you've ever looked at the bottom of your shop receipt and it says like miscellaneous fees or something like that.
Oh yeah, like additional stuff. It's like we could do this, we could do this, we could do this.
No, that's literally stuff they do without asking.
Like
they don't.
Your boots are cracked. They'll last, but
they
you
don't
get to replace them.
They don't.
$500.
They don't ask you any of this stuff. Like, they'll refill your washer fluid. They'll refill your power steering fluid. They like do all of this, and then they charge you for every single bit of it without telling you anything. And then they put it at the bottom of the list for like miscellaneous shop fees. For all they know, you got like a bottle of power steering fluid in the back of your car, but they don't care. I had to look it up. I had to look it up one time, like, to figure out what the hell it was, because it was always at the bottom of every single receipt.
So I had like a airbag, like whatchamacallit, recall.
Yeah, the
So I took it to
shredded one.
dealership, right? And they do it. And so they do the recall, but then they still do the standard, like, big ass report of you could do this, you could do this, you could do this.
Yes.
And like the week later, it needed an oil change. Went to my regular mechanic. I was like, yeah, just oil change. Also, just, dealer mentioned a bunch of stuff. Have a look at other stuff. Like, let me know. And picked it up. They said, yep, oil change is like $50. It's like, anything else? It's like, no, man, all good. It's like, that's when I knew. Okay, got a legit mechanic.
My experience was so bad with that freaking airbag recall. I put it off forever, and they sent me all these things about you're gonna die. Like, the metal shards of Narsil from Lord of the Rings are gonna shoot out of your airbag and slice your throat, and you're gonna bleed out right there. Like, they were pretty graphic about their like, messages to let me know that I needed to get my airbag replaced. And I put it off for a really long time. Okay, but I finally, one day, I had a day. All the stars had lined up. I got off work early. It was a night shift, so like, I got off work like while it was still daytime out, and so like, there was a Toyota dealership like right there next to the store, and so I decided I was gonna go. But like, true to form, I'm not an idiot. I walked in there and I said, "Hey, I got a airbag recall." I was like, "Can you do it today?" I was like, I'm gonna wait because like I don't have a girlfriend or somebody who can come pick me up because I'm a lonely man, and and I was like, I don't want to make sure that you actually have the part before I commit to getting this thing repaired, because I don't want to wait here for 18,000 years. And they're like, "Oh yeah, no problem. I checked on the computer right now and we totally have the part. We can get it done in an hour." Right? So like, an hour and a half goes by and nobody's come to get me or anything, tell me my car's ready. So I go up there and I ask, and he's like, "Oh, well, it turned out that we didn't actually have the part. We went to the back and it's not there. So we sent a guy over to one of the other dealerships to go pick up the part. It's going to be another hour." So it's a little comfy in the dealerships now, because I got like a little movie theater and a bunch of other stuff. But I was pretty tired from night shift, and I just kind of wanted to go home and take a nap. Like, I wasn't planning on spending like 18 million hours there. And like, another hour and a half goes by, and I'm like, "You guys got it done yet? You said it was going to be about an hour." And they're like, "Oh, well, the guy couldn't find the part at the other dealership, so he went to another dealership, and it's probably going to be another hour." And every single time I asked, it was like another hour, another hour, another hour. And I swear it was like 6 or 7 hours, I think, before I freaking got my car back. And I was stuck at the dealership for literally like 7 hours. It was just it was like a nightmare. There was no food there either, which really pissed me off. I didn't even have like a vending
That's
machine.
how you eliminate your repeat customers, right there.
And then
That's exactly how you do it.
Yeah, and then they sent me a letter. They sent me like a letter. It was like, "How was your visit?" And I'm like, "Oh, let me tell you." I was mad. I was really mad. Like when I finally got my car back, I was like, "You don't deserve the money for this repair." I was like, "I know that they're paying you for the repair, like the airbag repair. You're getting
free, but
you're getting a stipend."
Loss to that. Like you paid for that. You really did.
I was
Not
like,
money, but time.
I'm like, I was here for like 8 hours. You told me it was going to be an hour. I'm like, you don't deserve that money. I was like, you need to give that money back to Toyota.
They probably did. If you let Toyota know, like, I bet Toyota was like, yeah, you're not getting paid for that shit. I mean, I would almost go so far as to say, like, Toyota should have just, like, given you, like, comped you, like, $200 or something. Just be like, sorry for your experience, you know. Even if it's not, like, cash, it's like, okay, credit, you know, go to another dealer. We're very sorry.
Well, I mean, I used to go to a dealership when I first, very first got my car. And I realized pretty early on that the dealership was literally just there to sap money away from you. Like that whole, like, if you bring your car to us, we'll warranty your engine for life and all of that stuff. Like, it's bullcrap. Like, the reason why they want you to come to them is because they want to charge you out the wing-wang for everything. They want to overcharge you on the tires. They want to overcharge you on everything. They want to waste your time. And yeah, they'll give you a new engine if you do all your maintenance at their place. But by the time you're finished with all that maintenance that they've done, like, number one, it's very unlikely your engine is probably going to die because they've literally done like every kind of maintenance known to man on your engine. And number two, they've already made all the money they ever want off of you from those maintenances to pay for the engine and then some. Like, it's all a gimmick. And I remember the first time I went to like tread quarters or something like that and actually bought real tires. Like, oh, what a difference it made from the crappy tires that they gave me at the dealership. Like, I did my research. I figured out like what kind of tires were like the best tires to buy. Like, got myself a really nice pair. I mean, not pair, quad. A nice quad of tires.
Tires are the best mod you can ever do. Any car. Absolutely.
I do have some funny stories though from my time at the dealership. Like, there was all sorts of really stupid things that happened there. Like, people coming in with really dumb questions. And this one little tiny stick of a girl, like, I can't even explain to you how small this little girl was. She was all of like maybe like 4'2", and not only that, but she wasn't wide either. She looked like a tree sapling. That's literally all I can tell you. She looked like a tree sapling. She was complaining that her heated seats didn't work in her brand new car that she just purchased. And apparently they tested the heated seats out and they work just fine. And she was really livid because they never turned on for her and she wanted her money back, blah, 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 blah. Well, come to find out, the heated seats are weight activated, which means that they don't turn on unless somebody's actually in the seat. But she's not heavy enough to even activate the weight activated sensor, which is crazy because, like, I can put like a couple, like 12 packs of soda on my seat and it will activate the seatbelt
like
sensor.
40 pounds? Like, what?
She must have been like 40 pounds or less. And they basically told her that there was nothing they could do about it, that she's literally she doesn't weigh enough. And she probably needs the heated seats because if she's all of like 40 pounds, she probably loses heat so quickly she's freezing to death half the damn time. That's one thing fat does for you. A lot of people don't know that. Fat also like decreases the rate of heat loss. Doesn't just keep you warm. It also makes it so that you stay warm longer and you also stay cool longer because once you're cool, it takes longer for the heat to invade you, essentially. It's like a delay system. But if you got no fat whatsoever on your body or your bones, you cool and heat much faster than the guy next to you who has a little bit of blubber.
Well, and some ladies like it hot, man. I remember one girlfriend is like, I turned up my water heater.
What, to magma?
She's like, the shower's too cold. I was like, you serious? Water heater's like set to 140. How's that cold? But I think just like how the water mixes, inevitably, the water coming out was not 140. It was pretty friggin' hot, though. It was pretty friggin' hot. Like,
oh, God.
I bet there was like water coming out of there at least 120.
Well, yeah,
it was mixing with
it
a
does
little
depend
bit of
on how
cold, but she
far.
wanted it out hotter. It's like, Jesus.
It does depend on how far away. Like, if you got a really big house, there's a lot of pipage. Sometimes it takes a little while for the water to reach its goal.
Yeah. But dude, the
could...
temperature, she liked it. Like, I couldn't stand it. It was so hot.
No, there's jokes all over the internet about that. It's like me and my girlfriend would take showers together, but she likes the water at liquid magma.
Exactly. It's like I couldn't do it, man. It's like
I tried to get under the water, and my skin literally melted off. I don't know.
No joke.
Like literally melted straight off my bones. Like I was pretty sure I was playing Diablo, and Diablo himself had actually come to kill me. That's how hot it was. I have to do like a little bit of a maneuver with these guys because they fire those stupid attacks over and over again. So you can't just like walk directly at them because that would be idiotic because that immediately makes you get hit by all the projectiles. So I got to do these little loops to make sure that I'm not getting like murdered by the projectiles. When those witches get a nice, good stream of projectiles coming at you, like the kind that's just
impossible.
It is so much damage.
Like, unless you have leap attack or like your dragonflight or something. Unless you have some way to like close the distance.
Well, yeah, but even my dragonflight, if you do it wrong, you teleport right into the stream. Oh, an amulet.
You just get
unique amulet.
Giant sword. Oh yeah. Here's that holy fire sword.
What amulet did we get? A No-Kazan relic? Yeah, the terrible sword. I think it's terrible. I don't care what nobody says. People are like, I like to use it to farm chippies. They're like the best like suggestion that anybody made for that entire video was I like to put it on and farm chipped gems in normal difficulty. That was and dude, that was like the best one.
Hit recovery though. Like early game at level 10, hit recovery, fire res. Pretty legit. So I'll give it that.
It doesn't have any fire res.
I thought you said it was No-Kazan's relic.
Oh, we're talking about Clickables all.
Oh yeah.
I was joking about the No-Kazan relic. I don't know what dropped.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, cat's eye drops. Cat's eye.
Cat's eye dropped. Very nice.
No, they were talking about putting the holy fire sword on to farm chip gems, and I was like, that's the only use I can actually think was actually okay.
Yep. That makes sense. That was be the only way.
But then at the same time, if you had like any other item that gave holy fire, you could probably still do the same thing. Yeah. And honestly, have more fun.
Well, and like 2 spirits nearly get you there. I mean,
the other
and farming, like whether you're doing, level 28 damage or 26 damage, like everything's gonna pop when you're farming chippies in normal anyway. Like everything pops at like level 10 holy fire.
Well, that's the other thing is that like you could just put on something else, and Clickables all's two-handed, so it's going to take off both your weapons, which is a pain in the butt. Like if it was a one-handed weapon, I think it would probably be a ton better, but as a two-handed weapon, it just doesn't add up.
I guess okay, if you're not a holy fire pally, so you don't have this plus skills, I could see that. Like
I-
if you
See,
have
in that
like
in that case, you just go to the shop and buy a +3 holy fire like scepter,
yeah, that's true too.
and then put on a steel clash, and you've got +4, which is too shy of the holy
Yeah.
of the thing, but you still have a shield.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate weapon. I mean, just take that weapon, make it one-handed. Done. Then it'd be pretty sick.
Where are we at? Glacial Trail, Chunks Bow. Almost finished with this character. I gotta get her high enough so she can use that god amulet, and I think that's where I'm gonna end.
Oh,
She needs
that's
to.
89, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of a low roll for a crafted amulet, though. A lot of those things will roll like frickin' 96. Ow! Why are you so rude? Oh god, there's so many. There are so many Death Lords down here. And I don't have my Merc for some reason. Go forth, Shadow Lord. I mean, Shadow Warrior. Yeah. There you go. We could grab my Merc. I need him to, like, help me with kill these 18,000 Death Lords down here. It's a lot of Death Lords.
What is it?
Mizon. Let's go, Mizon. We got some Death Lords to kill. Ooh, they got some damage. Oh, spectral hit. Okay, I was wondering. What's up, Bilethorn the Mauler? I see you here. Don't think I don't see you. I see you. Drop the belt. There's a whole nother pack right around the corner. I don't know where they went.
That's the second Hoenn. However you say it.
Yeah, you can upgrade it now.
And Nightmare, I think. Elite Nightmare, I think.
Now that you can finally upgrade it, it's actually halfway decent. Prevent monster heal on a belt like that can be useful. Honestly, one of the biggest issues that you normally have, like with a melee character, usually when you can't quite output the damage that you're supposed to output, is that the monsters will out-regen the damage that you're outputting. And
So it looks like you're doing nothing.
yeah, it looks like you're doing nothing, but you're
because you are.
you're not necessarily doing nothing. They're just out-regenning your damage. So if you have prevent monster heal, it's one way that you can overcome that.
By the way, I think we made it to Ancient's Way.
Oh, we did? Well,
Yeah.
let's go then. Somebody has an Ancient's Way thing up. You only got an icy cellar. You guys suck. Icy cellar is an Ancient's Way, right? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Ooh,
yeah,
evil
that's what we did. We went to Icy Cellar.
I always wonder why some of the evil urns don't have anything in them. Some of them are permanently broken, by the way. TP up for ancients. Oh, you guys already got the waypoint. That's right.
Yeah, walking over.
Hackers.
Oh no. Oh, okay. I thought you were down by Ancients, but no, you're by Icy Cellar. I don't know where Ancients is.
Yeah, I popped out of Icy Cellar because there was no portal up for ancients, and I didn't have the waypoint. That's the easiest way to get back.
Yeah.
Gotta use your brain meats. What's up, Dragon Speaker?
Ancients is probably up here somewhere.
Okay, well, this is a dead end. I gotta go around. Boo. Boo urns.
Oh,
I'm not
take
besmirching.
that.
I'm not besmirching two-handed pallies. I'm just besmirching the Kingdom Mills All. I think what you have to understand that makes Kingdom Mills All so bad is that Kingdom Mills All is not even particularly a fast weapon. Holy Fire Paladins focus on speed above all things because you don't have to worry about physical damage. It's about applying your fire damage as fast as humanly possible. And two-handed weapons don't allow you to do that. Also, the Paladin is just built around the shield, so using a two-handed weapon is already a handicap in and of itself. I mean, you can build two-handed Paladins, it's a handicap. And for Kinnan Maul's All to be built around Holy Fire, which is specifically a skill that you would want the fastest weapon possible for, like, as an example, Diggler Dirk would probably be exceedingly better than Kinnan Mills All. Because it's fast, it has ITD on it, and it is, well, it's just really fast. Which means that if you're doing like 500 fire damage, for instance, and you attack with a Diggler Dirk, you can apply that 500 fire damage extremely fast. Like, you know, let's say like 3 attacks per second. Whereas Killing Them is all, even if it gives you +6 Holy Fire and beefs up that 500 to, say, 700, you're only attacking like once per second because it's a much slower weapon. It doesn't synergize well. It's terrible. Dime. I'm gonna use Talic as my charge up. And then drop the rock on per Maddock.
Lame. I didn't level up.
Kingdom Mills All is one of the few weapons in the game that is specifically targeted at Paladins. That's two-handed. It is a short list. Spire of Honor, I think, is one of them. There's also I know another sword, another two-handed sword, Cloud Crack. Cloud Crack is specifically pointed at Paladins. So you got Cloud Crack, you've got Spire of Honor, you've got Kingdom Mills All, and I think there's another one. I can't remember right off the top of my head.
Ooh, there's some nasty mobs here.
Another Razor Switch. I actually got one of those on a mule. The staffs really need to be rebalanced. Ever since they added the orbs, they haven't been balanced properly or around the orbs. I feel like the staffs need to be always the superior option in terms of like damage output and like other things like plus to skills, because if not, what incentive does the sorceress ever have to use them over the shield, which also gives her blocking? Because you're basically saying, I'm going to give up my shield, I can't block anymore, so I'm not going to make a block sorceress. And
yeah, you're giving up all defensive capability.
Yeah, for basically something that isn't even better.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't need to just be better. It needs to be better by a degree large enough to encourage a sorceress to take off a shield for. Like, if I'm losing all defensive capability from my shield, then I need to be giving that up for something. It's the same thing with Kinnan Mills All. Kinnan Mills All is a two-handed weapon that is encouraging the paladin to take off his shield for it. it needs to have a benefit good enough to actually make that something that a paladin would be like, this actually seems like a pretty interesting idea.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't well balanced even before like spirit, because I mean the pally shields could get up to like 45 res, right? So even without a spirit shield, if you just had a 45 res shield, it's like you're giving that up for that sword, and it's not worth it.
Obsession is actually like the first item that's like come close. I think
Yep.
people have
That was
actually.
an honest try.
I think obsession has
What's
honestly.
wild is it still isn't quite enough.
I mean, for some builds, I
So,
think
it
it
was a try.
is. It just
Yeah.
depends on what you're trying to do. Some people have completely misunderstood it, though. Like, they keep trying to look for obsessions with things that you wouldn't want on your obsession. Like energy shield. You don't need energy shield on your obsession. That's not how it works. You want your main skills on your obsession. That's your weapon you're actually going to be using in your main hand. You can get a memory with +3 energy shield on it for your pre-buff. Like that's what people use memory for, is the pre-buff staff. And it's better than obsession. Even if you had a +3 energy shield obsession base and you made an obsession, the memory with +3 energy shield would still be better than the obsession for precast. And an energy shield lasts so long, there's no reason not to just use a memory pre-buff. It's like, was it like 30 minutes or something? Like when it's maxed out at level 40, I think it's like 30 minutes. It might even be longer than 30 minutes. I can't remember.
Now that's an interesting idea, adding splash damage to two-handed weapons.
I mean, two-handed weapons are woefully inadequate for the very same reasons that we've just been talking about. Most people are unwilling to give up a shield slot for a two-handed item.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you added splash damage to them, so that would be your damage buff, over the one-handed. But it would need to be pretty substantial to offset so many res that you're probably giving up.
Can't carry anymore.
I don't know. As long as it was limited to two-handed, it might be okay. But
Yeah.
I know they added splash damage
it'd be viable
to
for barbarian, right? Because I mean, we've got a skill to like get the res for us. So
I mean, barbarian suffers
get
from
the two-handed.
single target issues heavily. So
yeah,
I don't know. It could be interesting to add a different mechanic into the game. This is one that was from Lord of the Rings Online. Every single item or weapon basically had a specific bonus that particular type of weapon offered. So, like, if you were using a halberd, halberds gave extra threat, basically made you more, build aggro faster. If you used, like, a two-handed sword, it gave you, like, 2% extra crit or something like that. Like, it wasn't, like, massive bonuses, but they were enough to, like, maybe sway you to use one particular weapon over another. Like, like if you're a mace barbarian, why did you just use mace barbarian? I mean, maces have it. They have a 50% enhanced bonus damage to undead. So that's one of those type of effects. But like every weapon basically had that kind of thing on it. Like whether it was a one-handed sword or a dagger or whatever, like there was these little tiny like underlying effects that those weapons always had. Which, if you worked out two-handed weapons, you could figure out specific two-handed buffs for those items.
for those. Yeah.
I mean, I remember watching this old, it was like some sort of, like medieval thing, and they were talking about axes, and how axes were used oftentimes just because they were very big and intimidating. And they put, like, the fear of God into people. Like, somebody running at you with a big giant battle axe was scary as all get out. Like, didn't really matter if it was a good weapon or not. And apparently a lot of the times it wasn't really a good weapon. But, like, it could break shields. It was pretty good at like, breaking shields, which was pretty scary, too. Like, when somebody comes at you, you try and block the attack, and your shield splits in two. So I mean, like axes could have like some sort of intimidation factor. I'm not sure really how you'd work that out, but I mean the barbarian.
Yeah, like a chance to. Well, I don't want to say chance to flee.
Well, the barbarian
That's kind of
has
annoying.
abilities that could work. Like you've got Warcry. Warcry could be something like that.
Yeah, Warcry or taunt.
Or
kind of
taunt.
mod.
Yeah,
like a defense decreaser.
Yeah, like the halberd. Like I said earlier, the halberds in Lord of the Rings had a threat modifier on it, so maybe you could have like a kind of like a taunt sort of effect. Not actually a curse. I think it would just function kind of like how negative monster defense works or something like that. Like it would just be just for you, and only when you hit the target.
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate. Like none of I don't think any of the two-handed axes are like hardly ever useful. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. I've only ever used them, early game on like a werewolf druid.
I mean, they're useful on druids and barbarians, but that's it, really. That's part of the issue, is that like it's mainly druids and barbarians.
Because some of like those big ones, like the humongous axe, like they just look freaking mean, but they just are weak.
I've always loved the way the humongous axe looks.
Yeah.
I think I actually built a paladin around one of those just for fun. I'm pretty sure it was a charge paladin. The hell version of those axes really kind of is a letdown. It's I remember I did the video on it the other day. The decrepify that it spawns is on death, not on hit or on striking or wind struck. Or,
oh yeah, isn't it like blood clash or something?
And the issue with it is that it's like too little, too late sort of a scenario. So like instead of being useful, like the majority of the time, by the time it actually spawns, it's like everything's already dead anyway. So like, what does it even matter? It did not work out well.
Yeah. Yeah, the only time that's good is like when you literally hit like 3 champ packs all stacked on top of each other. You managed to kill one. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Now the rest are decrepified.
Well, the other issue that it had was the decrepify's extremely short duration. So, like, even if that happened, a lot of the times the monster just ended up losing decrepify before you could even take advantage of it. Alright, time to build up charges on the Bailey, yo. Time to build up charges on the Bailey. Alright, dropping a bomb in 3, 2, 1. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Great quest drops there.
Good old ice nerds.
Great quest drops.
The last word in.
Where you at, Tyrael? I feel like there's a challenge in beating the game with full eyes on the hearts. Is it even possible?
Oh, it's very possible. If freaking llama can beat the game with a punch barb, you can beat the game on anything.
I don't even think that's that impressive, because you're basically just utilizing crushing blow, open wounds.
He wasn't.
He did.
Yeah. Did he at the end? Okay, maybe he had a little crushing blow, but man, it was
No, he
slog.
didn't have a weapon, but you can get crushing blow and open wounds and all that stuff from other items. Like, you don't have to get them from the weapon. So you could be using core riders, you can be using G-Phase, you can be using all the shouts.
That male fight was like 2 hours long or something crazy. Like, he did not have good equipment.
I don't know, if you don't have open wounds or prevent monster heal, like I said, I was talking about it earlier, the monsters will out regen you. So you have to.
That's true. So he had to have at least open wounds.
You have to have certain things.
Crushing blow gloves or something.
Like if you don't have at least a little bit of something, like the monsters will just out regen you. It's terrible. I used to have that trouble back in the day, like especially for melee characters, because it's really difficult for melee characters to properly gear out. Like especially if you're solo self-found, a lot of times you'll have issues with finding a good weapon. So it's pretty difficult to get like a really good weapon for your character, and so you end up in those terrible situations, which is where you end up, like barely being able to kill something after like 5 minutes of trying. It's something
You
that
go back
I know
and you farm
intimately.
yourself some gore riders, and then you beat the game very slowly.
I mean, there's tons of weapons and armors and stuff in the game that have like open wounds, crushing blow, all sorts of stuff. Like you can get a
No, I know.
like
But
two
you were saying
throw.
use Iron Hearts, so you can't use armor, you can't use a weapon, you can't use shield. So all you have is your blood gloves that you craft.
But you can upgrade
and
Eyes and
some
Hearts.
riders. That's true.
And you can
That's good.
socket them.
Yeah.
Find a burr rune, put it
Well,
right in the
not for a
weapon.
playthrough, you can. I mean, you can slowly socket them.
Put that burr rune in the weapon, my friend.
So you're saying you're gonna farm a burr using Eyes and Hearts? Ooh, it's gonna take a while.
Who said I'd farm it? Maybe I just get lucky.
Well, that's a good point.
Maybe I just get lucky.
Yep, on your way to you killed the champs and Tristram. Burr drops for you. There you go.
Zax.
Oh, thanks, man. I don't have room. Let's see. Sweet. Thank you, Bad Mardigan. Just give me a combat skiller, barb, and +2 war cries. Sweet.
Nice. Any trap assassins out there want to trade me a martial arts GC for a trap GC? But due to the rapid deflation of martial arts GC value, I'm gonna need 2 MA GCs for this one traps. 2 for 1, boys. I'm just kidding. Just you can have it if you're a trap GCer. Just come in here and I will drop it on the ground for you. It's yours. Sounded like I was Captain Planet there for a second. The power is yours. No, I didn't quite get it. I didn't get the voice right. It was too much bass in it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got definitely a higher register.
The power is yours.
It's a little better. You got low at the end.
I know. It's hard. I have a low voice.
It's hard not to.
I have a low voice. I'm sorry. Can I actually use my trap skills with a sword? Like, I'm so curious. Like, let me just put on a dagger. How about that? Can I just, like, walk out and stab things and still get the effects? Does it work that way? I can kick with the dagger, but I can't martial arts with the dagger. Come here and get marshaled. Ah. My merc is over here just handling business. Taking care of business every day. No. Put the claw back on. All right, let's bomb Shank with a full Monty of orbs.
Thanks.
Let's do a Shank bomb. All right, bombing Shank. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. According to my panel, it says I'm doing 17,000 damage. Let's see how this rolls with Shanky Poo. Oh, Shanky Poo's already dead. No. No. The pain. Who killed my Shanky Poo? You sell martial arts GCs to Char CC, and that's what you get. Because I would have given you an rune. And that's what you lose in. Lost it. Rune. Rune. Wait, you're level 71. Maybe you need me to bring it to you. I always forget that sometimes. Not in Act 5 yet. Is that a Saigon shield? Hey, you want my Bartux? I don't even know if that's good for you. Since you're a trapper. The Nova Sorceress. You want a +1 amulet? Yeah, because it's been broken for a really long time, Jen. That's why. Wasn't very good for a long time. It's really part of the issue. Let's go kill the council members. Come here, sirs. I just want to use you to charge up my skill. So I can drop a bomb on them and all kill. Why are you so hard to hit? Dear Lord Jesus. Alright, let's go, Merc. We're going to drop the bomb on these suckers. Boom, boom, boom. No! No! They dropped the bomb on me. Uh-oh, Bad Mardigan died too. Honestly, I was kind of surprised I died there. My resistances and stuff are not like subpar. They're all capped. I got higher than 75% on a couple. I've got like 45% physical DR as well. It's pretty impressive that they managed to take me out like that. I mean, granted, I did teleport directly into the center of them, but I mean... Come here, buddy. Punch, punch, punch. Ow! Freaking amp damage. Poop face. Take that. Lordy, it's so hard. Yeah, that's right. Die. Ain't nobody wants you here anyway. How Blizzard! Stupid Blizzard. Stupid Blizzard! When I was playing my Necromancer, one of the main things that would get me killed on a regular basis was Blizzard. The little Zacharumites or whatever they're called, they would sit in the back and they would just cast Blizzard on you while you weren't looking. And you wouldn't be paying attention to what the hell was going on, so you would just die. And because the Blizzard is like over your head, and of course it takes a little while to actually activate. And like I died a couple times to Blizzard just simply because I wasn't paying attention. And there I was again. I'm sitting in the doorway, and the Blizzard is on the doorway, and I didn't even realize it until it was too late because I was dead. Didn't even realize it until it was too late. And it's just some little Zacharum priest or whatever. I can't remember what they're called. They're just sitting over in the corner, and they're just casting their spell over and over again. That's all that's happening. Little trolls. Little trolls. Oh, dang. That's kind of cool, actually. Freaking zeal charges. Too bad the charges are too low to actually be useful, but... 7% faster run walk with some attack rating. Soul rune.
Not in town.
Thankfully, I'm too low level for my deaths to really matter much at all. Ow, so much poison. It burns my soul. Don't die, Merc. Ah. Stupid poison. Killing my stupid Merc. I was trying to rescue you. I was trying to rescue you.
The destruction.
The glows weren't even killing me there. It was the stupid poison doojanks. Ow! Okay, glums were killing me that time. 80% is not enough lightning resistance. Well, there goes the Merc. No! Such a pack of frickin' monsters over there. What's up, Black Soul? I hear you like fire. Champions down here, too. Alright. Alright. How you like that fire? Does that feel good? Does that feel nice and toasty and warm in there? Burn your soul? Okay, black souls are dead. Sorry about all the deaths, folks. Sorry about all the deaths. You can reclaim your bodies on the left.
I can't carry anymore.
Ooh, an giant thresher. Cruel fools, please. Cruel of the quickness, please. That's terrible. It only has one mod. Well, here's the way down. No more gloams down here. Just lightning monsters.
Evening.
Why is Reapers better? Because of the Decrepify spam? Usually ends up dying anyway with the Decrepify spam. I was only having like a moderate amount of trouble with the immunities. I just had to like use the correct fist. I switched to my fire fist for a lot of these other guys. There you go. Clear TP up. Sorry, give my mana back. Fire, alright, switching to ice. Decrep spam is soothing. Need to return something to me. My gold strike arch? Did you upgrade it? Finally got your wind force on now? You sure you don't want to upgrade it and compare it to the wind force? I hear it's actually a little bit better for PvE. Obviously not PvP. It's because of all the stupid little effects on it. Gold Strike Arch Hydro Bow. Yes. Where you at? You in town? Bink. This gold strike rolled really well. A lot better than probably any gold strike I've ever found so far. 250% is cap on the ED. And then it rolled really high on the demon damage. The undead damage didn't roll that good, but it's yeah. Gold Strike Arch is one of those bows that's actually a competitor to Wind Force and Faith Bow if it's upgraded. If it's found in a proper condition, which they're usually not, because they have so many stupid rolls on them that it's insane. But if you do happen to find one in proper condition, it's actually really good. 3-socket Troll's Nest. Yeah, that was interesting. I was able to teleport across the gap. Usually not allowed to do that. Wonder if there was some specific condition as to why it allowed me to teleport across the gap.
inwards and outing. So, catch you later.
All right, see you, man.
Good playthroughs, man. Thank you.
I can't carry anymore.
The throne of destruction is a royal shield. 26 res, 1 socket. Boo. What does Mizan have for gear? He's pretty stacked, actually. And then he also has this sexy-ass rolled rock stopper, which is just freaking nuts. The resistance is rolled freaking godlike on the dang thing. He's not high enough level for Andes, otherwise I think I'd put Andes on him. The obedience is in a very, very high damage F cryptic axe. I think it rolled like 12% ED. Beep, 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 dee, doo, doo, ch, ch, ch. Chum, chum, chum. Antidote potion! Drink it, Mizan! Superior bone shield. DPS output is insane. Nah, it's only the Merc. I got my own item for that. Demon Limb. $15,000 attack rating on my Phoenix Strike. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Excellent, yes, indeed. Excellent. Put on T-Gods just to shove it in their gloam faces. Their gloomy gloam faces.
Good afternoon.
Not here.
I mean, Firewall got nerfed, but it's still better than it used to be in Diablo 2. And honestly, it's still a very easy way to dual spec. You just max out Warmth and max out Firewall, and that's it. 1 point into Fire Mastery is usually all you need. It's a 41-point investment for basically what I consider to be only a 21-point investment, because having max Warmth is also very nice for a sorceress, because it just makes it so you don't need Insight. Especially if you build her correctly, you can set it up so that you don't need Insight at all, really. Especially with max Warmth. And then you have a really nice Firewall that you can use on those monsters that are either cold immune or lightning immune or whatever. Ah, you watched my ES video. I see, said the blind man. I just had the silliest idea. I've never understood these explodey guys in this zone. Like it's never quite made sense to me. They don't do any damage. Like, even if you're a weak character, they don't do any damage. Like, I've never figured out exactly what the hell they're actually for. Like, they just walk up to you and explode, and that's it. And they don't even really do anything. Like, when they explode, it's like, it's not like a high damage explosion ability that like you're scared of. It does like next to nothing. They got my Merc with their stupid Herodrum ancient magic. Well, these exploding people are silly, and they don't do enough. And I was never quite sure if they weren't doing damage to me because I was killing them before they got to me. Like, maybe they have like a mechanic where they have to trigger their effect or something, right? And then like, but if you kill them before they trigger their effect, they don't like dish out a lot of damage. There was a monster like that in a Final Fantasy 11 online. It was a bomb, and basically as long as you killed the bomb before he triggered his self-destruct, you were good. But if the bomb triggered his self-destruct, well, you weren't good. Okay, you were less than good. Good was not on the menu at that point. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So many auras, so many auras. Cotton candy aura. Cotton candy, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Oh, it's vampire bones. I'll roll those. If I can find a Neph rune. Death sword. I switched to fire because fire is the easiest thing for me to use to kill the burning souls with. And literally the Death Lords popped up and they were immune to fire, and I was like, oh, okay, well, rude. I'll hit 84 here soon. A coronet. Well, plus 1 Sork, 20% faster run walk, level 39. Plus 12 strength as well. No all resistances though, unfortunately. But strength, faster run walk, and plus skills. One, two, three, four. Gonna throw my orbs at the door. Usually you need a good merc as a sorceress. I was having this conversation with somebody one day about the sorceress and the mercs, and like trying to make sure that your merc is survivable enough to actually like do something. And they were like, you don't need a merc on a sorceress that's survivable, because you could just kite around and teleport, and then the merc never gets hit, and so he never dies, so you don't have to worry about him actually surviving. And I'm like, what? Like, I literally just, like, my whole mind was just, like, mutated at that particular moment from hearing something so dumb. The sorceress is, without a doubt, the one character in the game who actually really needs a good merc who can tank. Like, that's the whole point, because everybody else has something. Like, if you're a paladin, you are the tank. If you are a necromancer, you've got an entire army to tank for you. If you're an Amazon, you've got a Valkyrie. If you're an assassin, you've got your Shadow Warrior or your Shadow Master. If you're a barbarian, you are the tank. Like, every character has something, and the sorceress has nothing. Like, there's nothing that the sorceress has that functions as a tank except for the merc. So not making your merc tankable or into a tanky-ish type character is such a terrible move for the sorceress, because that's like her one way to have something that can tank for her. It's the silliest thing I've ever heard. I mean, yeah, you can teleport around and you can kite the merc out of trouble, but why not still make the merc strong enough that he can actually tank for you if you need him to? You know what? If I'm going to do crafting, let me go over to my paladin. That way I can get some high-level crafty doojanks. I don't even... if you guys haven't been paying attention, like, I don't even really bother playing, like... I don't even really bother playing sorceresses. I played too many sorceresses back in the day. It's not that I hate sorceresses or anything, but like I have a lot more fun playing other characters. I know sorceresses are considered like the best farming characters in the game, but I'd still rather just play a paladin. Where the hell did I put the frickin' ruby? I must have left it on her or something. Oh, there it is right there. Oof. Terrible rolls on the gloves.
Good day.
+1 barb with 27 strength. Too high level though to be useful for a low level. +2 shapeshifting with 10% increased block and all resistances 13. Any shapeshifter druids out there want an amulet? +1 fire skills, Fooey. Sorceress is a pain in the butt to play. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Like I personally think Sorceress is like a really pain in the butt kind of a class to play. A lot of people go into the Sorc thinking it's like a easy class. Like, hey, they got spells and they got teleport and they got all this stuff, and then they get freaking stun locked by a monster in normal difficulty and die. When most characters wouldn't even die in normal difficulty. Bunch of really weird amulets. Tell them why you're weird amulet. Anyway. You have a dual Bartuk Phoenix, and she ain't very strong. Any advice? Not end game gear by any means. I mean, really, it's gear based. Like, it's really all about like plus to skills. You need martial arts skillers. You're gonna need equipment that brings down the resistance of the enemy. Like, for instance, things that are like Phoenix Shield, which has negative fire resistance on it. Flickering Flame could help with negative fire res. There's also other items that have negative lightning, cold, depends on which specific element you decided to go with, or whether you went with all of them. Conviction obviously helps. A Plague Claw with lower resistance obviously helps. I mean, there's tons of different options that can help a Phoenix Assassin. I'm actually planning on making a Plague Claw with so I can get the lower res, which I feel like will be a pretty strong addition to this particular character. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how it goes. How it goes. Sorry, I think we already did this one. On to the next one, I suppose. Yeah, sometimes you get some good gloves, and sometimes you don't. Crafting is definitely one of those, like, gambling-esque kind of a things that we do. It's totally not worth it most of the time, and you know when it eventually is, you're like, ooh. Just like hitting the lotto. It's a nice little group of monsters I managed to take out. Not bad at all. And I did it all by myself. I just wanna die as an assassin. All by myself. Out to level up, 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 up. I'm on a level up. Come here, Mr. Ice Flame. I'll kick you in the face. Come on down and I'll punch you with my mace. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hey, level 84. Another point in you, please. Grim Wand.
Thanks.
You want to find an Earth Shifter for your druid? You will pick them up. I'm sure you could get one on Tradery or something like that. Why don't you check on Tradery and see if anybody has one for sale? Could probably pay next to nothing for it, because most people don't use them. I've seen a couple of them drop, though. One of them was actually being used by one of our fire druids. He's a melee fire claw druid. A really good use for it, by the way. Definitely an interesting weapon to build your character around. Cathin's Sigil. Oh no, Chad! Giga Chad! Oh god! That is a lot of monsters over there in one little spot. No wonder you died, Giga Chad. There's a lot of gloams here. I think it's like 2 or 3 elite packs of gloams. Well, if you're going to use Earth Shifter, your goal is to hit with it and build the synergies for Fissure. That way you're constantly proccing Fissure as you smash things. I'm pretty sure I go over that in my video. It's a pretty interesting weapon for a Fire Claw Druid. Ooh, a superior Grim Shield? What's that got on it? Aw, 1 socket increased maximum durability. Boo. Boo. Boo urns. What's why? Why does them frickin' Suayas always have hit causes monster to flee on them? Yeah, I'm using that set right now. I got it all decked out with jewels. Jewel. Yeah. Alright, guys and gals. I think I'm going to call it a night. May or may not go to the beach tomorrow, so I guess we'll figure that out as we go along. And, yeah. We're going to go early in the morning. Stupid Phoenix Shield cost $1 million to repair. Beach stream. You get no beach. No. No, 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 no.